This regular board meeting of the Socorro ISD Board of Trustees will come to order, please. The time is 6:01. It is Wednesday, February 21st, 2024, and I've confirmed a quorum. We've confirmed a quorum. Tonight, one of our outstanding seniors from Pebble Hills Early College High School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Despite the challenges of moving from Maryland to El Paso during the pandemic her freshman year, Telmar Munge Iwain has emerged as a top student in her class. An aspiring doctor, Telmar is expected to earn an associate degree in biomedical sciences from El Paso Community College before she graduates from high school in May. Telmar's decision to pursue a medical career was influenced by her parents and sister, who are healthcare providers. Telmar has thrived in her school's biomedical sciences program. She is on track to earn her EKG technician certification from EPCC this spring. Outside of class, she performed with the Spirit dance team and is now a member of the Spartans cheer team. In 2023, Telmar co-founded the Pebble Hills Black Student Union to build a stronger sense of community among minority students. Today, she serves as the BSU's social media chair. Congrats, Telmar, on all your achievements. Please join me and Telmar in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Let's give Telmar a round of applause, please. Continue with our agenda. We have announcement of new personnel. To introduce new personnel, we have our Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Jim Vasquez, please. I almost said assistant.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board. I'm here tonight to introduce the newest leaders in SISD. I'd first like to welcome Grace Ocaña as our new Assistant Director of Special Education. We'd also like to welcome Israel Galindo as the new Assistant Principal of Herschel Antwine Middle School. Please help me welcome Cassandra Hernandez as the new Assistant Principal of William D. Slider Middle School. Please welcome Gloria Aguirre as the new Principal of Purple Heart Elementary School. And finally, please help me welcome Lourdes Coria as the new Principal of Salvador H. Sanchez Middle School. This concludes our introduction of new personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. We'll continue with board honors. Mr. Escobar.
Good evening, President Nakara, members of the board. My name is Daniel Escobar, Chief Communications Officer for the district, and it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's recognitions. If you'll please step down to receive our honorees. First, we recognize the winners of the top prize at Robocom X. The Inspire Award goes to a group of talented students who have demonstrated their ability to solve problems through programming, coding, and teamwork to successfully build a functioning robot out of Legos. They competed against 39 other SISD robotics teams to emerge as the winners. Congratulations to Sunridge Middle School's STEAMers for their remarkable achievement. This team has now qualified for the Western Edge Open in Long Beach, California, which will take place in May. They are Demos Delgado, Jose Flores, Sael Ortiz, Nicolás Valadez, Zoe Villela, and their coach is David Justo. If we can please have you back to the front for a photo. Congratulations once again. Next, we will recognize 3 outstanding robotics teams for Captain Walter E. Clark Middle School, Eastlake Middle School, and Purple Heart Elementary School. These teams will advance to the first LEGO League Texas Championship in March after qualifying for the competition at the West Texas FLL Challenge at the University of Texas at El Paso last month. These talented students will compete against the top regional robotics teams at the state contest in Stafford, Texas, showcasing their technical expertise and problem-solving abilities. We wish these students and their coaches great luck. They are from Captain Walter E. Clark, Logan Bishop. Athena Lopez. Joel Okadike. Ian Olmos. Edgar Romero. David Torres. Their coach is Jose Andazola. From Eastlake Middle School, Eduardo Lazaldi. Daniel Molina. Diego Sigala. Gael Sigala. Axel Tena. They're led by Coach Ricardo Gutierrez. And from Purple Heart Elementary, Julian Ceniceros. Spencer Crew. Sergio Diaz. Sebastian Freire Macias. Dante Mesta. Charles Vera. And their coach, Monica Armendariz. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo. And just a quick note, as they're gathering up front for the photo, that all of the portraits taken by our district photographer, Mr. Largo, are posted on our district website. There's a camera icon on the bottom right-hand corner, or that smiley face that you see on the bottom of the screen. It'll take you to our SmugMug account. And at that account, these pictures will be available for free high-resolution download. And parents, of course, are welcome to come up and take photos here with Mr. Largo as well if you'd like. right, everybody look straight ahead, okay? Look straight ahead. Don't look at your parents. Look straight ahead. For this one, for this one. All right, keep smiling, keep smiling, keep smiling. Keep the certificates up. Congratulations once again. Our next recognition is for another excellent robotics team that advanced and competed at the UIL Robotics State Competition Best Division. The Eastlake High School robotics team consistently displays outstanding skills in the STEM field, where they are learning to analyze and solve problems using the engineering design process, as well as developing technological literacy skills. They represented their school and Team SISD exceptionally well with their robotics knowledge, innovation, and creativity during the competition. We applaud the Eastlake High School robotics team for their hard work and achievements. Levi Espinosa. Joseph Garcia. Valerie Mendoza. Elias Horta. Austin Tellez. Giovanni Vaca. And their teachers and coaches, Alfredo Lopez and Jesus Del Hierro. If we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. Congratulations once. Oh, one more, one more. Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize 6 SISD students for earning top honors in the 2024 Black History Month Art Contest. 242 students from the Socorro, Isleta, and Gadsden school districts participated in the contest, which celebrated the achievements of African Americans in art, theater, dance, music, and literature. A special thanks to the Theta Delta Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Inc. for sponsoring this event. Congratulations to our talented SISD artists and their teachers. From Puentes Middle School, Bristol Ilgan. Her teacher is Karina Alvarez. From Slider Middle School, Alicia Estorga. Teacher, Cindy Martinez. From Puentes Middle School, Vivian Vasquez. Teacher, Elizabeth Genova. From Hernando Middle School, Addison Adams Bayan. And representing her student from Socorro High School, teacher Lourdes Aguilar. If we can have you to the front for a photo, please. Keep smiling, keep smiling. Congratulations once again. Next, we honor an SISD high school student for receiving the 2024 Questbridge National College Match Scholarship. This prestigious scholarship recognizes high-achieving high school students who have been granted early admission to one of Questbridge's college partners with a full 4-year scholarship. This America's high school trailblazer will attend Emory University this fall, where she will pursue her dream of becoming an attorney. The scholarship will cover the total cost of her attendance, including tuition, room and board, books and supplies, and travel expenses. Congratulations to Barbara Chavez for this outstanding achievement. Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize 2 SISD high school students whose artwork will be featured in the 2023-24 Texas Art Education Association's Youth Art Month exhibition. This exhibition showcases art from pre-K through 12th grade students from across the state. Our SISD students' artwork will be among 100 pieces of award-winning art on display during March at the Bullock Texas State History Museum in Austin. Congratulations to these promising young artists and their teachers. From Montwood High School, Jacqueline Vargas. And from Pebble Hills High School, Wilfredo Pumajero. We can have the two of you back to the front for a photo. Congratulations once again. For tonight's special presentation, we recognize a 5th grade teacher from Chester E. Jordan Elementary. This teacher heroically performed the Heimlich maneuver on a 1st grade student who was choking and in critical need of help. While in the student's classroom to pick up other students for Destination Imagination, this teacher noticed the student started to choke while eating cereal. She acted quickly, performed the Heimlich maneuver on the student, dislodging the cereal from the child's throat. The student was then sent to the nurse's office for further care. This teacher has worked at her school for 7 years and was trained on the Heimlich maneuver when she joined the school's first response team, but never thought, never imagined she would need to use it. Thanks to her valiant efforts, the student is doing well today. On behalf of all Team SISD, we would like to thank and extend our gratitude to Caitlin Bowen for her heroic actions. Congratulations and thank you once again. And that concludes our recognitions for this evening. Thank you.
Sometimes. Yeah, because it's just froze. All right.
I do want to switch it because
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, we have, I'm sorry, board members, we have one more special presentation. To do so, we need to move open forum up. So, open forum before item number 6. Can I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to move open forum up so that we can continue. Made by Mr. Herrera, seconded by Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Okay, and the item passes. All right, so we'll continue with open forum. Each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process during your presentation. Remember, each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. We'll proceed to open forum. Our first open forum speaker is a continuation of our special presentations board honors. Robin Johnson, commander of the VFW District 10. Please.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nahara and members of the board. My name is Robin Johnson. I am the commander for the Texas VFW District 10. And the Veterans of Foreign Wars, or VFW, recognizes and deeply appreciates the vital role the teachers play in our nation. Thank you for allowing us to recognize one this evening. We are very proud to announce that the Department of Texas Veterans of Foreign Wars announced that the El Pasoan teacher, Kendra Chapman, was selected as a Citizenship Education Teacher of the Year for grades K through 5. Ms. Chapman will now represent Texas in the national competition. This is the first time that an El Pasoan has been selected for this award. This year, 277 teachers from across the state of Texas were nominated for this honor. Ms. Chapman, a 10-year Navy veteran herself, was nominated by Yucca VFW Post 8919 in District 10, where she is also a member. She teaches at Vista del Sol Environmental Science Academy. Among the many other ways that Ms. Chapman engages students, she coordinated production of a video featuring high school JROTC students demonstrating the proper way to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. flag and the Texas flag. This video was streamed into the 50 schools of the district, reaching 47,000 students. At this time, Ms. Chapman, if you and my VFW members could come to the center so we can present you your awards. Presenting the awards on behalf of the district is District Junior Vice Commander Sergeant Major Michelle Crittenden. Ms. Chapman is receiving several awards for this achievement. She is receiving the plaque for being selected as the Yucca VFW Post 8919 Teacher of the Year. She'll get those back. She will receive her plaque and prizes for being selected as a Texas VFW District 10 Elementary School Citizenship Education Teacher of the Year at an awards luncheon on Saturday. She is also being presented at this time with a plaque from the Department of Texas VFW for selection as a Citizenship Education Teacher of the Year K through 5. And we are presenting a certificate from the National VFW, which reads, Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States 2023-2024 Smart Mara VFW National Citizenship Education Teacher Award, awarded to Kendra Chapman, Vista del Sol Environmental Science Academy, El Paso, Texas, in recognition of being selected as a state VFW Smart Mara Teacher Award winner for citizenship education. It is signed by Dwayne Sarmiento, Commander-in-Chief. And at this time, if Principal Cynthia Velasquez could also join us. Ms. Velasquez is receiving a certificate from the National VFW for the school, which reads, Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States 2023-2024 Smart Mara VFW National Citizenship Education Teacher Award, awarded to Vista del Sol Environmental Science Academy, El Paso, Texas, in recognition of being selected as the state VFW Smart Mara School Award winner for citizenship education. It is signed by Dwayne Sarmiento, Commander-in-Chief. We'd like to say thank you again to all of the teachers, administrators, and staff who do so much for our community every day. Thank you.
Continuing with our next speaker, Ms. Rosie Perez, please.
Hard act to follow, guys. Good evening, President Nájera and members of the board. My name is Rosie Perez, and I proudly represent the members of West Texas Alliance. Members like Ms. Kendra Chapman, who was just recognized as an outstanding educator for all of Texas by the Veterans of Foreign Wars. My members are the reason we are here every month. Advocating for them is ultimately advocating for students. Students need great teachers and other employees for support, and in turn, teachers and employees need administrators and school boards to support them. Your job at the leadership level is to enable teachers to empower students. Your job is to provide the tools, resources, and support needed to educate students. Just like students expect great things from us, we expect great things from you. Public education has become quite complicated with the attacks on curriculum, accountability, and funding or lack thereof. This lack of funding is what puts us and other districts in a budget deficit. The deficit is going to require the district to take a hard look at operations, redundant and inefficient programs and positions, auctioning off excess equipment, materials, and properties. It's going to need to cease spending on exaggerated hospitality costs, unnecessary events, and travel spending. What it should not do is move to a mandatory 5-year healthcare plan like TRS Active Care that will significantly increase the cost of healthcare for employees. Implementing TRS Active Care would be just like Texas accepting vouchers. It's a good move for the district, but a bad move for employees. So, if raises this year is not an option, let me tell you what you can offer employees. Respect. Respect by keeping health insurance that is not going to significantly increase for employees and their families. Respect of employees' time by increasing PLC and planning time, reducing testing and lesson plan requirements. Ensure parental and student accountability and provide unwavering support for your teachers. Stop making employees work on their own time. Exchange comp days for training or special event days. Balance caseloads for diagnosticians and SLPs as recommended by TASB, but more importantly, return SPED clerks to the campuses to assist these professionals and ensure that students receive the services that they need. We've provided other suggestions for you to review outside of my 3 minutes, but I want to leave you with this. As leaders, your job is to trust your employees, to support your employees, to protect your employees, or to lose your employees. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ian Valdez. Or Ian Valdez.
Okay, so this is my first time attending a Board of Trustees meeting, and I promise you I'm not here to complain about books, masks, or bonds. I don't even have kids or pay any property taxes here. My name is Ian, and this year I have had the immense pleasure of serving as a college advisor at Socorro High School. I never imagined that I would work in education. I just graduated from UTEP last May and went straight to work in politics here in El Paso. I was abruptly terminated from my previous job over the summer, and I landed at Socorro High School not knowing what to expect. It has been the most rewarding experience of my life, as I have gotten to know the 600 plus seniors, 8 wonderful counselors, 7 hardworking administrators, dozens of faculty and staff. I have realized the power of working in education. You never really understand the machine as a student. And I'm a product of SISD. But when you are on the other side and have more wisdom and maturity, you realize that everyone is on the same boat, rowing in the same direction. So tonight, I'd just like to thank you for choosing to be on that boat and for rowing day after day, year after year. Thank you to the trustees for serving your community and making brave, bold, and impactful decisions on behalf of students. Thank you to the monitors and lunch ladies and security guards and librarians and teachers and substitutes and counselors, administrators and superintendents, everyone that contributes so our kids become educated and productive members of society. My boss at Advice Texas gave me until the end of this month to give her an answer on whether or not I'll return for a second year. I truly have not made up my mind. I have been admitted to great law schools already, but I wanted to use my law degree in politics, and I really don't know if I want to go back to that. I'm beginning to think of teaching and eventually becoming an administrator myself. Everyone tells me that working at a school is a lot of politics, so maybe that's why I've enjoyed it so much. I do not know what I will do, but I do know that Socorro High School's class of 2024 will forever hold a special place in my heart. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Elizabeth Ramos, please.
Good evening, President Nájera and members of the board. My name's Elizabeth Ramos, so I'm speaking on behalf of Ms. Archer, teacher at Walter Clark Middle School. I am here on behalf of an essential group of employees here at SISD, our paraprofessionals. Our paraprofessionals are an invaluable part of our special education department, but here at SISD, they do not get compensated as such. Paraprofessionals assist us in offering individualized and small group support. Paras build relationships with our students and parents. They are responsible for multiple tasks to ensure the success of our students in regards to academics and behavior. Paras assist in creating lessons and preparing materials for lessons. The role of the para includes physical tasks that take a toll on the body. It is common to have students with physical disabilities in the special education classroom. Paras are responsible for assisting students in the restroom and wiping, changing diapers, and etc. Some of the students can be aggressive and hit paras, scratch paras, hurt them. One incident occurred where a para got knocked down and had massive bruising. She did the paperwork to get workers' comp and was denied because she didn't break any bones. Why would it have to go that far? Paras are asked to make up hours on inclement weather days. Why is something out of their control affecting their days? Most paras try to come on time, even on those days, because they cannot stay after school. You're putting your employees in danger. The craziest thing, in my opinion, is that substitutes make about the same amount as our paras. Do you all realize that? Thinking over the responsibilities I listed, how is that fair? Paras make about $1,000 every 2 weeks. With their responsibilities, you're lucky to even have them. It's time that you start treating them like a valuable part of SISD that they are. It's time that they get compensation they deserve. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Christopher Buntu? Buntin, I'm sorry.
You're good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen of the board and President Nájera, good evening and thank you for your time. My name is Christopher Buntin, and I spoke once before the board this year when my campus, Captain Walter Clark Middle School, was in dire need. As a result, we were able to keep at least one vital member of our teaching community. Thank you for finding a solution. I'm here to speak again because now our district is in dire need. We face a budget deficit that has ballooned to $29 million. Since this deficit has been recognized by outgoing Superintendent Carmen, he has made recommendations. His recommendations include increasing class sizes and no raises or bonuses until the deficit is made up. As far as increasing class sizes, I must say, please don't. On my campus, there are currently a handful of classes that have 40 or more students already. So when we say we want to increase class sizes, I can only imagine that you mean up to 50 students or more per class will become not just acceptable, but quite possibly the norm. A vote or a push to increase class sizes is a vote to dilute the quality of every child's education. A vote to increase class sizes is a vote to reduce the overall staff of a campus, which will undoubtedly lead to an increase in behavioral issues. A vote to increase class sizes is the last option that should be considered. Now, to speak on the notion of no raises or bonuses until the deficit is made up, this would obviously hurt a community whose pay is already struggling to keep up with an era of national inflation. Everyone already knows we are facing crazy inflation rates. In fact, the Council of Economic Advisors, which reports to the President of the United States, has said that our current era of inflation is most closely comparable to the economic era that followed World War II. So that makes this the most challenging economic time for American families in 80 years. If you decide that you must not issue raises or bonuses for any period of time, then I request that that proposal be sure to include all employees, especially those with the biggest salaries. Please do not add insult to injury while seeking solutions. In summation, Please do not vote to increase class sizes under any circumstances. And if you must freeze pay and eliminate bonuses, that should apply to everyone and should include the highest paid individuals within our district. But by all means, please allow raises and bonuses to continue if you can. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have a mountain of decisions to make to steer this district, which serves over 200,000 El Paso community members when you count the family members, and you have a lot of decisions to make to steer us in the right direction. I wish you good luck with that, and good night.
The back translation. Our next speaker, Mr. Alfredo Agüero.
Buenas noches a todos, mi nombre es Alfredo Agüero y soy organizador comunitario en la área de educación especial y voluntario de la organización de Time Down. Vamos a dar el beneficio de la duda al Distrito Escolar de Socorro al confiar en que el traductor de Microsoft haga una buena interpretación de estas reuniones y que su uso sea aprobado por el gobierno de Estados Unidos bajo el título 6 de la Ley del Derecho Civil de 1964. Quiero comentar que acercarme al distrito fue por varias razones, mas nunca fue por la falta de traducción en estas reuniones. La primera razón fue por la intención de encontrar un espacio para tener talleres de educación especial para educar a los padres en derechos y responsabilidades para que aprendan a abogar ellos por sus propios hijos. Segundo, para encontrar soluciones alternativas para los estudiantes con problemas disciplinarios, para evitar suspensiones, expulsiones o incluso evitar el que sean enviados al sistema judicial, a prisión, como una solución alternativa. Tercero, elaborar clases de civismo a los estudiantes de high school para educarlos sobre la importancia del derecho al voto en cualquier nivel electoral. Sobre la segunda razón, quiero comentar que recibí documentos por parte de la señora Cristina Quintanilla sobre el área de disciplina y los números sobre estudiantes suspendidos y expulsados son preocupantes. Aquí los datos del año escolar 2022-2023. Los estudiantes registrados en el Distrito de Socorro son alrededor de 48,000 y los estudiantes suspendidos en general son 10,543 estudiantes con 5 expulsados. Esto da el total del 22% de estudiantes suspendidos. De total de 10,543 suspendidos, 782 de estos estudiantes son de educación especial. Y el distrito tiene registrados 6,076 estudiantes en educación especial. Esto es aproximadamente el 12% de estudiantes de educación especial suspendidos. Un expulsado. La señora Quintanilla me dejó saber que el Distrito Socorro no tiene registrados estudiantes en casas de crianza, suspendidos o expulsados. Esto no está bien. El distrito tiene por obligación documentar a todos los estudiantes. ¿O por qué la excepción? Necesito información sobre las personas encargadas en el área de disciplina para tener conversaciones sobre las pólizas de disciplina y empezar a buscar alternativas para ayudar a los estudiantes. Quiero saber si el superintendente Carman o algún miembro de la mesa directiva le gustaría participar. Tuve una corta conversación con el jefe de la policía del distrito, el señor George Johnson, y de antemano me dejó saber que le gustaría tener esta conversación. Existen varias organizaciones interesadas en participar. Podríamos tener una reunión de mesa redonda para empezar a tratar estos temas. Pregunta para el señor Barrera. ¿Cuándo es que la directora de Educación Especial dará su informe sobre cómo es que está llevando a cabo los talleres de educación especial? También cómo y cuándo es que informan a los padres para dejarles saber sobre estos talleres. La razón de mis preguntas es porque yo estoy asistiendo a estos talleres y se está desinformando o dando información parcial a los padres en estos eventos. Un ejemplo de varios es que pregunté sobre qué necesitan los padres para mantener los derechos educativos de sus hijos y el señor Jorge Sáenz, asistente del Departamento de Educación Especial, en 3 ocasiones me contestó que solo por una orden de un juez. Yo encontré en la página de la Agencia Educativa de Texas que con un poder notarial duradero es más que suficiente. Se está mal informando. Gracias y espero se me dé información respuesta a estas preguntas. Muchas gracias.
Mr. Nahida? In absence of our superintendent, I would like administration if they could please look into, he brought some important equity concerns to light and possible solutions, if somebody could just address that.
Okay. Our next speaker, Sammy Carejo.
think that's fair. That gentleman who sat there, when I grew up, I want to speak like him. And I'll try to speak like Mr. Agüero, pero ustedes saben que hablo poquito español, pero nadie me va a entender. Well, Dr. Carmen, congratulations. Oh, wait, he's not here. We all know by the news that he got a new position. We're all happy, we're excited, right? But it also was reported that he will not be leaving until July. What is that gonna happen? What's that gonna do to us? The gentleman who spoke so eloquently, I wish I could, but I won't, said that Dr. Carmen has made some changes, but he's leaving. How long are we gonna continue to allow him to continue to take this district down this ugly path? Dr. Carmen's not here today. I requested an open record request. Dr. Carmen has actually missed 25 days, okay? And that's when he hadn't had a new position. Do you expect that to continue? I don't. I expect it to get worse. He wasn't even here today. I am asking the board that, one, if possible, remove Dr. Carmen as quickly as possible. It's been alleged that he's sticking around so he can milk the salary, because obviously he's making less money at the new district, okay? And two, when somebody gives a 2 weeks notice, you start taking away some of the responsibilities and decision making. I'm asking you, every single one of you, whether you like me or not, I think we can agree to this. We gotta cut him off, okay? The district is a $33 million deficit. And when he goes on the news and says that, well, it was like that before, no, he has been here just shy of 3 years. He was a part of it. But don't get too excited. But because of the $33 million deficit, there was also a $30 million deficit from the 2017 bond. And I hate to tell you, 3 of you guys were here then. So, $63 million deficit. We gotta do something about it, okay? We can't sit here and allow Dr. Carmen, who we can only assume is gonna be absent even more, we gotta cut him off, stop letting him take our district down this path because we are bleeding money. We can't allow somebody who has proven that they cannot manage a budget to continue to make decisions that we won't be able to hold him accountable. It's not gonna affect him. So yes, this whole thing about increasing the class sizes and freezing all the pay, well, of course he's gonna do that. It's not gonna affect him. I ask you, please, do whatever you guys can, executive session, speak about it, hold him accountable. Last thing, 3 minutes, Mr. Nájera, you know I'm coming after you. You changed the rules stating 3 minutes only. That's against the law, okay? It's 3 minutes. If we speak on more than one, it's up to 5 minutes. We are gonna hold you accountable, Mr. Nájera, all right? We had this issue last month. You are not allowed to change laws. I am calling you out. You slipped this in so no one could really see it, but you know me. Call me a pain in the butt, or like Dr. Carmen said, I'm a pain in the side. I'm gonna keep holding you accountable. 5 minutes, thank you.
We have one more speaker, but they signed up specific to an agenda item. So when we get to that agenda item, I'll call that speaker up. Continuing then with Board of Trustee business, consider approval of National School Breakfast Week, March 19th through the 22nd. Ms. Chinaski.
Good evening, President Nájera and members of the board. I am Monica Plasencia, Coordinator for Child Nutrition Services. I am here with many of our amazing CNS leaders. Thank you for staying. National School Breakfast Week celebrates the importance of a nutritious school breakfast in fueling students for success. This special observance during March celebrates the National School Breakfast Program and the many ways it gives students a great start every day. With the lead of Dr. Carmen, board members Socorro ISD, and Child Nutrition Program, together we have made continued commitment to every student that there will always be breakfast available at no charge. With even more healthier options, we offer more fruit and whole grains and limit sodium, calories, and unhealthy fat in school breakfast meals. Studies show that students who eat school breakfast are more likely to reach higher levels of achievement in reading and math, score higher on standardized tests, have better concentration and memory, be more alert, maintain a healthy weight. In fact, students who participate in school breakfast tend to have better attendance rates and fewer behavioral problems. To date, Socorro has served 2,672,056 student breakfast meals. Great things are happening in child nutrition. At this time, I would like to introduce Jacob Rodriguez. Jacob is a 5th grade scholar from John Drugan School. He is a member of the National Elementary Honor Society, 5th grade Dragon basketball team. He participates in 2 UIL programs, music, memory, and listening skills. He also plays basketball with City League and has been on the A honor roll since pre-K. He will be reading the School Breakfast Week Proclamation. Jacob?
Whereas the school breakfast program has served our nation admirably since it was permanently established in 1975, and whereas the school breakfast program is dedicated to the health and well-being of our nation's children, and whereas the school breakfast program joins and has been joined through the years by many other excellent child nutrient programs. And recent research shows students are receiving their healthiest meals at school. And whereas there's evidence of continued need for nutrient education and awareness of the value of school nutrient programs. Now therefore I, Jacob Rodriguez of Socorro Independent School District, do hereby proclaim the week of March 19th through 22nd, 2024 as National School Breakfast Week. And I encourage all residents to become aware of the benefits of the school breakfast program and support good nutrient habitats for their children in the hope of achieving a more healthful citizenry for today and the future.
Administration asks the board for approval of the proclamation.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank
Motion-
you.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mr. Barrera. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The item passes. Thank you very much. And
Thank
thank you,
you.
Jacob.
Well done, Jacob, and thank you to all of our team. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
We'll continue with item number 8, the 2022-2023 annual report and public hearing. Bain.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nájera and members of the board. This is a presentation on this is a public hearing on the 2022-2023 annual report as required by Chapter 39 of the Texas Education Code. The full report includes the following sections. It starts with the letter from the superintendent introducing the report, followed by the Texas Academic Performance Report, also known as the TAPER. Then on page 32 is the PEIMS financial report. Then the next several sections are the District and Campus Improvement Plan, performance objectives, including HB3 goals and progress towards the performance objectives and goals. And the violent or criminal incident summary and school violence prevention programs make up the last part of the report. The presentation today will focus on the Texas Academic Performance Report, which is the main component of the annual performance report. The TAPER is compiled by TEA for every district and campus in Texas. It uses PEIMS data and student assessment data. It includes state, regional, and our district data to include the disaggregation of student groups and provides information on staff, programs, and student demographics. Currently, it is missing some sections. The TAPER does not include information on the accountability ratings, distinction designations, or special education determination status because we are pending the A through F ratings under the 2023 rule. The first section of the TAPER focuses on STAR data. There are 3 performance levels reported: approaches grade level, meets grade level, and master's grade level. Data is reported for all subjects combined, as well as all subjects by grade level. First one is a graph of performance at the approaches grade level performance standard. This is 2-year comparison showing the district, Region 19 and the state, 2022 data is represented in orange and 2023 represented in blue. Socorro increased 4 percentage points from 77 to 81. Region 19 increased 4 percentage points from 74 to 78, and the state 2 percentage points from 74 to 76. At the meets grade level performance level, Socorro made a 6-point gain from 46% achieving at meets to 52%. Region 19 made a 4-point gain and the state a 1-point gain. And then at the master's grade level, you'll see some decreases across all 3 entities. This is not truly an apples-to-apples comparison, as the cut points for masters was set higher when they redesigned the STAR assessment this past year. And then in the student groups, we did see gains across the board in economically disadvantaged, went up 4 percentage points, special education up 5, and emergent bilingual up 7 points. And then reported also in the taper is data based on House Bill 4545 that required accelerated learning for students that were not successful on the STAR exam the year before. So the orange bar in this case represents math and the blue represents reading. So the state data is listed on top, then the region, then Socorro. The first set of data, the state data, had passing rates of 40% and 35% for math and reading, respectively, for students that failed the exam the prior year. The region had rates of 49 and 39 for math and reading, and Socorro had 55% of students pass the STAR test in math after being unsuccessful the year before, and 43% in reading. And that's a 15% higher than the state in math and 8% higher than the state in reading. We can attribute this increase to a systematic approach to accelerated learning to include targeted instruction during district initiatives such as holiday tutoring. Graduation rates is the next slide, and they are at an all-time high at 92.5%, up 1.7 from the year before. Region 19 is at 86.6, and the state dipped a little bit from 90 to 89.7. The next slide is just student demographic information. As of snapshot day in the fall of 2022, the enrollment was 47,741 students with a largely Hispanic population at 91.6%, followed by white at 4.7% and African American at 2%. And then towards the bottom of that slide, you can see different groups. Economically disadvantaged makes up 74.4% of our population, military connected at 13.6%, and emergent bilingual at 29%. And our special education population is at 12.6%. Our teacher profile starts with the highest degree held by our teachers. We have 2% of our teachers that do not have a degree. These are our career and tech teachers who are highly qualified to teach based on work experience. 64.8% of teachers hold a bachelor's degree as their highest level of degree earned. And about a third of our teachers have a master's degree compared to a quarter statewide, with a small percentage of our teachers holding a doctorate. And then the last stat there on this slide is second part of this slide, 8.8% of our teachers are beginning teachers compared to the state at 9.7%. Teachers with 1.5 years of experience make up 21.5% of our teachers, and the other 70% of our teachers are highly experienced with 6 or more years of teaching experience. Our teacher turnover rate is 12.1%, significantly lower than the state rate at 21.4%. So that is a snapshot of the information in the annual report. The full report will be posted on the SISD website under district reports, and copies are available here at the District Service Center. This is a public hearing of the annual performance report, so we'd like to solicit public input at this time.
This being a public hearing, is there anyone who would like to speak to the report? Mr. Carejo?
don't want to take credit for this question. Actually, it was Mr. Aguero who had a copy of the report, and he was wondering, are the kids, foster kids, being accounted for? Report that he has shows a number of how many foster kids are in the district, but it doesn't break down any of those demographics. Is there a way we can actually get those numbers? Okay. And we just want to make sure that all the students get taken care of. And we understand that this is a report that's mandated by the state, but a lot of us taxpayers don't trust a lot of these things. So don't mind the questions, but we want to make sure that all the information that's being reported is actually accurate, because it sure looks pretty, but we want to make sure it's correct. Okay? So when do you think we can have that? Can we have that in the Friday report? I've been to too many of these meetings. That's a joke. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Aguero? Oh, un momento, por favor. Go ahead, Mr. Aguero.
I got a question about why the foster kids are not doesn't have no report the district about how many students are being on a disciplinary situations. Nobody's counting them, and I think we have to start paying attention to that, because foster kid has to be reported as any other. So I don't know if somebody can give us the answer sometime. Thank you.
Any others? Okay, thank you, Ms. McBain.
Thank you.
Continuing then, we have district reports, starting off with the facilities report. Ms. Fierro.
Good evening, President Mr. Nájera, members of the board. I'm Liliana Fierro, Director of Facilities and Construction, presenting the 2017 bond projects and non-bond projects managed by facilities. Starting with the summary of the 2017 bond projects, as you can see, they're listed by project name, category, elementary auxiliary gyms, high school improvements, new construction, construction of Socorro High School, reconstruction of Socorro High School, athletic improvements, and support services. The approved construction procurement method, it's the next column. We have competitive seal proposal and construction manager at risk. The next column, it's the original bond budget. As you know, it's $448.5 million, and this amount was approved by the board. Just to clarify, this amount include furniture, fixtures, equipment, IT, land acquisition, design services, and construction cost. The next columns are the amounts for construction cost only. The approved by the board construction contract amounts are listed per project. The final credit change order for those that are already completed, 100%, final construction cost, and the date where the board approved final payment. Moving on to student activities complex 2, we have a percent completion of construction at 79%, and we have a substantial completion for May 23rd of this year. Here are some photos of the fine arts and locker room building, a portion of the field, and some of the metal panels on the roof. Openings in the metal panels in the second picture are for speakers of the sound system. The next photos are view the press box and home site. In the second photo, the contractors continue working on the handrails for ADA compliance. Here, it's a view of the scoreboard and field from the press box. And the second photo, it's the interior of the press box. That opening that you see, it's for the display case and will be surrounded by wood paneling. Next photo, it's the view of the press box, scoreboard field from the district building. That is the fine arts and locker rooms area. Next, it's a women's restroom. Contractors working on the installation of the partitions. Funding area, it's already 100% completed, and contractors working on the bus parking area. Here's a view of the front and back of the scoreboard. And finally, the side view of the project. Moving on to the new maintenance and facilities building, we are currently on the construction documents as part of the design phase. Once we have the 100% drawings, will be submitted to the city for permitting, and the project will be bidded out. Moving on to the ongoing non-bond projects, we have the transportation electric bus charging stations, Auxiliary James Package 1, 2, and 3, Mountwood High School parking lot, and right now, Facilities and Construction is working in the Mission Ridge Elementary School mechanical system. Charging stations, we're at the 18% completion. El Paso Electric Company is working on the new electrical service, and construction it's ongoing. Here are some of the photos showing progress. Next, we have the auxiliary gyms. As you can see, the campuses are pending for completion are Meadow Cooper, Helen Ball, O'Shea Kelleher, and Horizon Heights. Here are some photos of those mentioned campuses. Mountwood parking lot renovations. As you know, we're still pending the delivery of the band tower. We're still at the end of March, no changes, but I will keep you updated. Once the band tower is delivered, the contractor will take 2 weeks for installation. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Questions?
Can you go back to the first slide? So I notice on some of them you have original approved bond budget where there's 3, 4, whatever it is, but then you see the amount, and then some of them have its own individual. Can you clarify 10 through 14, that's 67 million for all those 5 projects?
The information that I have, Mr. Barrera, is that's the original estimated amount for those projects. And that's the information that I obtained from the website when it was detailed for the community, and that's the amount that I have. And then I found every single amount for each of the projects.
Okay, so originally this is the way you're displaying is the way it was originally drawn up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a way you can do you have the number on hand right now where the original approved bond was? Separate from that 67 million?
Let me see what I can find. And like I mentioned, this is the original estimated amount, the 67 million, because I didn't find any specific for each campus. It was more like when those projects were vetted out, that's the construction cost.
I guess what I'm just asking for is for us to have that specific number, since there's a lot of concern with the SAC too, just to separate that from the original, so that it doesn't look like it's kind of just mixed in there. Maybe, and I get it that in the very beginning this is maybe the way it was drawn up, but just for the sake of our knowledge and the public's knowledge that hey, this is okay. You know, between those other 4, I don't know, I'm gonna say roughly about just under 4 million, just looking at the number, right? Mm-hmm. So it's probably safe to say the SAC 2 was probably somewhere around 63 million, right? But can we just put that number? That's all I'm asking for.
Yes, sir.
If we can, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Yes, the December audit that was presented by Weaver stated that we were going to be $24 million over on the bond project. And looking at Socorro High School, I know that was one of the projects that was mentioned, that it was 29 million over budget. But you're gonna come to us and ask for more money for a track field later on in the agenda, $719,000. We're not including this in the overages for the bond, because we can go back to El Dorado and getting a cafeteria for $500,000. We can go to the classrooms at North Beth that were incomplete on a new project that cost the district $3.2 million. We're not giving the right amount in your estimates here. Why is that? There are budget shortfalls, and we got $30 million, $33 million that we're going to decide, or we're going to blame the teacher salaries and we're going to blame their health care, and this is happening. June last year, you came to the board and you said we had $1 million left in contingency fund for the SAC, for SAC 2. Then come November, you're asking for another $1 million, and then November, we find out in that external audit that we are going to be $6 million over budget on that project. How do we go from June with a plus $1 million to now we're going to be -6 when it's all said and done? How did that happen?
Good evening, President Nahida, members of the board. My name is Vicki Pettis, Chief Financial Officer. To address the first question that you had on the track, sir, that is not with bond money, that is with general fund, and that was already included in the budget that was approved. So it has absolutely nothing to do with the bond projects at all.
But now we're at the point where we have to decide, are we going to keep our teachers, or are we going to build a track field? Are we going to give them health care, or are we going to just take away that and focus on focus on other projects that are incomplete because we did not put that in the bond project? The district has not set up priorities on what's important to us, and they're $719,000. Whether it's approved or not, we have to reevaluate that. Can we afford that now? That's the question. We gave Socorro High School everything already, and now more is needed, more. No, it would be nice to have it, but we're at that point now that what is the priority? Do we just keep outsourcing teacher jobs? Is that where we're going? Our fearless leader's gone, he's out somewhere else, but there's no direction now. We're going to be left behind here to handle this, to fix this. And whoever we appoint in that seat is going to have a handful trying to address this issue. But we need to stop it now to say, wait a minute, maybe it's only $719,000 that's a drop in the bucket here, I don't know. But we need to start somewhere and say, hold on. You guys need to come with us with a comprehensive plan to address these issues and just go from a plus $1 million at a bond project to a -6. Did we not even try to cut back on whatever amenities we were putting in the SAC 2? You came here in November saying more than half of that $1 million contingency was the nice to have, the little niceties, but we can't afford that. But you're still asking, it's fine, we got numbers from the past. We need exact numbers. We need to present that to the public.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask for the next board meeting that we have. Can you give us I'm requesting that we have, and it'll be presented on the next board meeting, that it be presented with the original numbers, item by item, of these 17 items, what each original dollar amount was, and then just very similar to adding all these other original, approved, final change order, final cost, but item by item, so that we understand, okay, this item was supposed to go estimated this, and this item was this, so that we have the clarity. And then just, because you have the final change order, what is it, plus or minus 20 million for total, or is each item just leave it in the black? It's a positive change order. If it was a negative that we had to fork out more, then put a negative. That's what I want to see on the next one, so that we can differentiate where we intended to start and where we're at now.
So I can tell you that the numbers at the end on the final contract amounts. Those are positive numbers, and they were savings that went into the budget, so those were all positives. But we can definitely make sure that we have as many numbers of those as possible, depending on what the information was originally presented.
Okay, but when I look at the original bond, it says 448 million, and when I look at the other ones, 346 million. So there's roughly about $102 million that still aren't accounted for right there.
So that is because the original amount does include equipment, furniture, the services, the contract, all of that information. The approved amount is just for construction. That GMP is what was board approved. So there are still funds left over that is not presented there for furniture, the FF&E, furniture, fixings, and equipment, fixtures and equipment.
So let's be transparent and actually put that on there so that we understand and the public understands exactly, because the way they read it, they're probably like, okay, we're missing $2 million. Well, where's that difference going? And they probably think, hey, there's a surplus when there's really not. So, I mean, whether it was, the tables or furniture, whatever, let's put that on there so that we have an understanding and it's a clear transparency to the public and to us so that we understand what we're going to have to potentially vote on, approve, not approve, but that's my expectation.
Okay, you got it, sir, definitely.
Ms. Perez and Ms. Fierro, I think we all like what we see as far as the columns. It's very clear to understand, and it's just adding the one more column. That way we get a good understanding. And just like you said, the FF&E and then the total, that way we could say, red, this is what went over, and black, this is where we are. And that way we're not assuming there's $102 million out there.
Definitely.
That we could spend.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional questions?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Fierro.
Can you get us an explanation on how we went from that plus 1 million to 6 million, and that's projected over in SAC 2? Because the external audit report, is it wrong that we're not going to be 6 million in the hole because of the construction that's left on that project? Why are we going in the hole?
For SAC 2,
Yes,
right now we are good to complete that project.
we're going to finish on budget.
With the additional approved.
We're not going. It's not going to be negative or 6 million in the hole like what was reported in the external audit.
For SAC 2,
Or SAC 2.
we're good.
It
We're
can
not gonna increase the contract at all. I mentioned when we asked for the 1 million added to contingency, we're not gonna come and ask for more funds for this project.
Are we over budget?
Excuse me?
Are we going to be over budget?
No.
So the external audit was wrong in
If you compare the regional budget, that it was 100, I believe, I don't have the number, but it was, the regional amount, it was under or below the final construction cost. So at this point, we're gonna finish with a 59,959,000.
Can you present us the breakdown next time you come up here with the analysis of that? I want to see that because
I can add the column of the original budget and the difference with the new construction amount. Yeah, for example, if it was an original amount of 50,000, well, now we see the 59, so you will see the difference, what was added.
You're going to say all our bond projects we're going to come in and we're not going to be over budget. We're not this $24 million that was presented at the external audit in December.
I don't have that information on the actual report. So let me get it. I get a copy.
Yes, that's my concern because we have to factor that in, trying to figure out the budget. And if you're telling one thing, I'm getting other information from another, that's a problem. We don't get the information up here that we need.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that the report from Weaver it's wrong or anything. Let me just do the comparison what they have or what I have in my report.
The board voted for that report to be put online. Has it ever been put online? I checked and I haven't seen it. You can just let us know where it's at. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fierro. Continue then with the quarterly investment report. Mr. Vargas, please.
Yes, good evening, President Aguirre, members of the board. My name is Rene Vargas, Director of Business Services, and I'll be presenting the second quarter investment report. As you can see in the first screen, we have our regular 6 categories along with our Wells Fargo account, which is the operating account, along with the participating investment pools. Looking at the book value, we started off with 52.9 million and ended up with 111.2 million. The reason for that increase is in December, we start receiving our property collections, so that helped us increase that amount. And comparing it to the market value, as you can see, it's only a slight variance, and it's only on row 3, where you see a slight variance from the book and market value. All the other funds, it's the same. The book value is the same as the market value. For this category, we did make 637,109 in interest for the quarter, for the period. And going to the second category, you see it's our health investment fund. We started with 3.5 million over that and ended up with a little over 3.6 million. And on this one, we just increased it by the interest that we make for the quarter. So as you can see, the difference is just that 48,534. Same with the next one, which is the Workman's Comp Investment Fund. We started with 433,719, and you're increasing it by that 5867. It brought ending balance of 439,587. The next one is the Interest and Sinking Fund. As you can see, we started with a little over $41 million. And on this one, again, because of our collections, we ended up with over $79 million. So it put almost $40 million or $38 million in there. The interest in this category is $645,807. Our fifth category is our construction fund. And as you can see on this one, we started with $30 million and ended up with 20. Again, the reason for that is all these construction projects coming to an end, so it keeps diminishing the trend as we go by. The interest on this category is $375,566. And on this page, you'll see one more, our last category, which is a fund, our food service investment, $424,000, and again, just increasing it by the 5736 that it made for the quarter, it comes out to the 429. Altogether for the quarter, we did make over 1.7 million in interest for this quarter. And as you can see, there's a summary that we have for you, starting off altogether in the beginning, October 1st, 2023. We started with 128.4 million and ended up with 128.4 million. Again, that's the ins and outs, and just summing them up. The next few sheets are just our interest and ratings verifications. As it calls for a policy, we do look at every pool to make sure they're following our ratings and that they're within that range that we say in our policy. We do check each and every one of them, not just by month, but every single pool that we have our money on. And that concludes this report. Are there any questions I may answer?
Any questions for Mr. Vargas?
Just one question. Do you have a report that covers other revenues generated outside of our taxing and all that? For instance, I know our printing shop will generate revenues by doing jobs outside of the district, and also like the revenues generated like at the SAC for the concessions. We run cell towers, right? Where's that revenue being reported anywhere? And all these other little revenue streams that we have out there, can we get a report to the board? Okay, and what funds they go into?
Yes, sir. We can provide that.
Okay.
Mr. Castellano, the print shop financials are usually part of the finance committee. The concessions are usually run by the band boosters, so that's
no,
not
they're
revenue
not.
for us.
The CNS took that over.
Oh,
So you want to,
And the cell tower is an annual
and I'm asking for that
revenue amount.
information. So do you have it?
I can tell you where to find it because it's in
I'm
our board
asking for it.
information.
I'm asking for it.
Okay,
If
I
you
just
wanna
want to be
stand
clear
there
that
and
we do
keep at
receive
it
the
again,
information
just
in our
keep
board
at it.
packet.
I asked a question. You want to interrupt me? Go ahead and be rude and put me in my place, whatever. Go ahead. I don't know what you want.
Trying to
I'm
point you to
asking.
the
They say yes,
information,
they
sir,
can
to
give it
make
to
it
me,
clear
so
that
what's
we
the
receive
problem?
the information.
I don't have it.
Okay.
Question. Mr. Vargas, do we have an external entity that helps us with this investment, the investments that we do, or is that done internally?
Well, we use our pools, what we call pools. So it's a different entity that we use. And what we do is we deposit funds into those accounts, and then they could be moving money for us, whether it's the cash or government funds. But we dictate that. We say, hey, we want this much in a money market. They ask kind of our permission to do that.
And all those entities are some that we've had for quite a few years and have continued to use them?
Yes, ma'am. And we did increase it by another one not too long ago. But they are pools that we've had since I've been here.
And then for our actual ratings, have they changed or have they been consistent?
They do change, and as far as us reviewing them, we just make sure they're within the policy ratings that we cover. But they do change, but not to cause any alarm where it's like, oh my gosh, this one doesn't qualify.
Okay, that was exactly what I was going to ask. Are we in any alarm state? At this time, we're okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
When you add that information that Mr. Castellano requested, can you also add how much they charge us? The third-party entity? And do they charge us every time that we request to move funds, or it doesn't matter how many times you guys call and say, hey, we'll move it here, move it there?
They really don't charge us, Mr. Barrera. What happens, they make their money out of the whatever investment they participate in. So it's not that they charge us directly and say, we're charging Socorro a certain amount. It's more, as they invest in whatever category we say, whether money market or cash or government investments, they kind of make their money that way with them, not from us.
So they make their money based off of the percentage, I don't know, 2%, whatever it is?
Yes, sir. It's hard to determine exactly what percent, because we just give them the amount, and it's based on that amount rather than a percent of that amount.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas.
Thank you.
Before we move on to 9C, we do have a speaker signed up for 9C, Mr. Tommy Hill. Objections to allowing the speaker to go after?
No.
No? Okay. Report on student information, SIS ERP. Ms. Ramos, Ms. Perez, and Dr. Gonzalez.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board. Alice Ramos, Chief Technology Officer, and I'm accompanied this evening by Mrs. Vicky Perez and Dr. Angela Gonzalez. We're here tonight to provide you with an update on the Skyward SIS ERP implementation. I'll begin with the student information system. So as you know, we began this journey almost 12 months ago. It was part of an 18-month project, and that is to transition from our student information system and our ERP system by June 30th. So just to refresh the board's memory, we began this journey simply because the current student information system that the district was utilizing we were notified by Tyler Technologies that it was end of life. So we proceeded to develop an RFP to replace the system. And in addition to that, because it had been 12 years since the district had entertained an RFP for a student information or ERP solution, we also incorporated some requirements within that RFP structure for the ERP for consideration. So the priority was to transition our student information system, and if you look at the graphic on your screen, it details when we began to cut over on the student side, and we went live in July of last year, at the start of the school year. And as you'll notice, we did not do everything at once, and that's simply because of the scale and size of the district and the scope of the transition. So we wanted to ensure that we took the time to develop and understand our system so that we could provide the necessary training at our end users at our campuses for successful implementation. In addition to that, we also had to ensure that any third-party applications that we had dependent upon the student data was working, and that integrations were functional, so to be able to deliver a service to all of our schools. And so we were strategic in that timeline in ensuring that we implemented, based on this time and structure, how we introduced and how we implemented the specific modules. So if you'll notice, we still have a few things pending on the student side. Although we are live and we're using all our systems are in place, we're still able to conduct business as usual, but we do have some feature sets that we're still working on. And we still have Tyler data that we can access should we need it. I want to draw your attention to the last item on this list for the student side. That's course requests. So currently, before Skyward, the district, in the 8th grade, students conduct a survey. They do their course requests for the courses that they want or would like to take in high school. That was a paper-pencil process in which students would select the courses that they wanted to take in high school, and then at each respective high school, the counselors would manually input that data and building that master schedule over at the high school level for those students. So we're currently piloting at all the schools that feed into El Dorado, where our students are using the Skyward system to enter their course requests in hopes that we can automate a manual process. And that's just one of the enhancements that the new solution is offering us at this point in time. In addition to that, we are also piloting the ability on the Family Access Portal, so parents can now submit absent notices. You used to have to do that manually as well. There is a feature in the Family Access Portal for parents to be able to submit that electronically, and it automatically updates that coding in the system if the absence is approved or excused. We are piloting that with one elementary school at this time, and we noticed within the first 2 days of launching that, we had 17 parents submit those notices electronically. We launched that about 2 weeks ago, and now we're up to 79. So we do see promise, and we're excited about being able to deliver that additional service and convenience for our parents, and we hope to launch that district-wide at the start of the next school year. I'm just going to give a general overview before I turn it over to Mrs. Perez. So on the ERP side, as you know, because once the bid was awarded in February of last year, our focus was on the student side, but we also met as a team and determined that we were going to be going live in January of 2024 with our ERP solution. So as I mentioned, similar to the student side, you want to be really strategic about how you implement those modules. You don't want to implement all at once. You want to be mindful of how the modules depend on each other. And so our primary focus was on payroll, which is why you'll notice at the beginning it was all the elements that are related to payroll, and so that was our focus in that launch. We do have scheduled modules that we'll be bringing in March. We are excited to provide applicant tracking. I know Dr. Gonzalez will provide an update on that. We also have our warehouse module, which is scheduled for July of next year. And then our historical data and our attachments are still projects we're working on. We're looking for ways to have a central repository where we can store our data and not be so dependent on the ERP or student information, because when you do that, then you put all of your data in one place, and it makes it very difficult if and when you decide to transition. This time I'll turn it over to Ms. Perez to provide you an update on the finance side.
Good evening again. So I'm going to go over some of the finance modules and where we are with each of those. First off, we do have under finance, we have implemented journal entries, budget transfers, accounts payables, and check runs. We have done a check run every week since, I believe, the middle of January. And quite honestly, that in all transparency, balances have been one of the things that we have been working on diligently almost every day for the last 2 or 3 weeks. It's been interesting. So just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with, when we first cut off data, it was as of December 15th, and that is the hard cutoff so that we can transfer that data over into Skyward from Tyler. Then we got into the information in there. There were still some items that were being worked in, such as encumbrances, some trip tracker, and some receiving items on purchase orders in Tyler. So now we have to get all of that information over from Tyler into Skyward, along with closing out the month itself in finance in general. So those are currently being worked on, and that plan is for, if I'm not mistaken, Friday or Monday to have that up to December 31st. And then we are working on what that looks like moving forward and having that information updated so that we can have up-to-date information. But the balances, it was back and forth as to like, what are we picking up here? What are you not seeing? What are we seeing? And so we've finally come to a good solution as to what we're gonna do to move forward, and quickly, by the way. The next module is payroll. Payroll, as mentioned, was a priority because we wanna make sure that our employees are taken care of. Payroll and HR worked together feverishly in the very beginning just to make sure that their records were correct, pay was correct. We ran a parallel with Tyler for 2 pay cycles, which was on January 15th and January 31st, excuse me. Made sure that everything was equal out, and we have since gotten off of Tyler, and we are running solely on Skyward. And I can tell you that being able to run a payroll for 6,700 employees in January successfully is very, very good. We were off by maybe cents, and it was a rounding issue. We are very proud of our payroll team and our HR team. Purchasing, we are currently already done with setting up all of the approval paths, and we are successful in getting purchase orders, and we're now working on vendor maintenance and what that looks like moving forward. Historical data and attachments, as Ms. Ramos mentioned, that is something that we're looking for a solution so that we are not dependent on just one system. And overall trainings are ongoing. And when I say trainings, I mean training for our staff, for our secretaries, for us internally from Skyward, making sure that that is an ongoing thing. It is part of the implementation. However, I have asked that Skyward continue to provide that kind of training for us at least for a couple of months, several months, so that we're able to get all of those little questions that come out during our processes. And so we've made sure that they will be available at least once a month to tend to our questions, whether it's technology, finance, HR. We have a great team. They are so focused on making sure that it's successful, and it's a lot of work, but I really do appreciate the work that our team has done in getting this taken care of. Any questions on the finance before we go over to HR?
Yes.
Okay.
You said they're still going to provide training. Is that already the training that we've already paid for, or are we going to have to still fork out more money for that additional training since that training already expired?
We still have training from our implementation, and the trainings, there is a cost, but it's WebEx. They provide it online, so it's at a lower cost than if they came in personally.
How much is that cost?
I don't have the number off the top of my head. I can check to see what that looks like on a day basis, on a daily rate, and I can get that information for you, sir. I don't have that off the top of my head, though. So do you want to talk on that one?
Just to clarify a little bit, Mr. Barrera, your question, I don't have pricing information, but I can tell you as part of the implementation and scope of the project, the business side included 24 on-site days of training and then 292 virtual hours of training. On the student side, 18 days of on-site training and then 571 virtual hours. I can tell you that when we implemented on the student side, we didn't utilize all of those hours on the student side, so we were able to transition some of those to the business. So we're still within the realm of the allotted hours. We're not at a point yet where we have exhausted them all, but it was included. We did have some thought into making sure that we provided enough training opportunities. As you know, in dealing with a project of this size, you really, you trust the plan in how you're gonna roll this out, but throughout that process, there is no system that's perfect, right? You're going to reach areas where you need additional training, or you may need to meet more often just because you have a larger number of employees that are impacted. And so we're trying to stay within that, but if we need to and continue and adding additional training hours, we feel that it's important to do so to be able to fully implement the product with fidelity.
I mean, the reason why I bring that up too is obviously because we're in a deficit, but then when you talk about the trainings, I've been reached out by students, teachers, and parents. I guess they're having issues being able to utilize Skyward. So, I mean, when I hear that the training for the student side of it was, there were still hours left over, but I'm still hearing that like, hey, this isn't functioning well. We're not really happy. It's not very, I guess there's even a delay in the system. Like when teachers input a grade, it takes, X amount of time to finally upload, and then it, for the student to finally see it.
So on the student side, we have built capacity within the department. Our team, we have a team of 11 staff members on the SIS side, and they've all been trained on the system. So most of the training that we're facilitating at this point is internal. We're at the point where we have owned the product and the application. I'd like to say that we do have a team of experts in our department who have learned the system and can provide support to all of our stakeholders through our in-house staff now that we've transitioned. I would also like to mention that we offer several training opportunities for campus clerks, administrators on a monthly basis. We provide training to our leadership team on the student side, and we've now incorporated actual work sessions on the finance side as well. So we continue to provide training opportunities to our stakeholders and our end users. I would hope that if you have any additional information areas where we might be able to offer some additional training, we definitely are willing and able to do that. With respect to your comment about the grade book, so the grade book is a live feature set. It's in the system. What happens with the grade book that is different from the previous solution is we are aligning with the guidelines that are set at the beginning of the year, and where we are now enforcing, where we lock the grade book at a certain date based on the schedules that are established at the beginning of the year. And so teachers who request adjustments are now following the workflow and the process as prescribed by our administrative guidelines, which is something that where it was a possible limitation in the previous software, it was something that we couldn't enforce, and now we can do that. So I'm curious, and I would like to gather more information from you as far as where those concerns are coming from, because we're committed and dedicated and willing to offer additional support if needed.
And I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, I mean, why should it be that hard for a teacher to change the grade? Let's just say it's a SPED student, right? And they're allotted extra time or to retake a test, or even just the assignment itself. If they're given the opportunity to remake or redo the assignment or the test, and the original grade was, I don't know, let's just say it was a 60, why does the teacher still have to put in a request to change the grade, afterwards when that's in the IEP of the student? Like, it shouldn't be that difficult to affect the student and the teacher.
The only time that a teacher doesn't have full flexibility of their grade book is when they fall within that grading window, when we have our grade book deadlines, when they have to submit their grades, and then any changes are happening outside of that window. That's where the workflow will kick in. But on a day-to-day, teachers have full flexibility of their grade book.
So the grading window, just so that I understand correctly, is every 9 weeks?
In the 9-week period,
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's true. That's correct.
Yeah, quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. you mentioned that it's been a lot of work.
Mhm.
So what accommodations have we made for our employees? Because they're sunsetting one system, opening up another, plus doing all their daily work. And I've heard about all the training, which is amazing, but how is that accommodated into their work schedule? Are they given extra time, or how is that working?
I can't speak for every single one of the departments, but for my staff, we do have, I have allowed for them to, whether it's work on a Saturday and we pay them overtime or flex their time throughout the week. For me, it's overtime because I would not be able to afford for them to be out during the week. But it's a set schedule, like 4 hours on Saturday, so that they can get those AP invoices out. Not everybody is part of those trainings throughout the week. So I will tell them, like, this is the training module that we're gonna work on. Please log in, see if it pertains to you. If it doesn't, by all means, you're more than welcome to excuse yourself. And the reason we do that is because while it may say HR, it may have something to do with the finance or the payroll or somewhere in the purchasing. So they all are part of what's going on up until they decide, you know what, this is the end of the road for this part for me. So we are trying to be as flexible as possible with them. I do not take for granted that our employees have their own personal day-to-days, because as implementation managers, we sit in on those meetings as well. So we understand that it is a huge workload, but it's very admirable to see that they're dedicated to making sure that, one, our students are taken care of, and that our employees are taken care of, and that the school district in general.
Another question that I have, as there are inefficiencies with any transition, I know that there are, how are you listening to the things that are not going well, and what are you implementing to address? Because those are the things that I think are, and I shared with Dr. Carmen things that I've heard. I believe he shared with you all. How are we addressing those? Because it's not about sharing the negative. It's, we want to share the information so that you can make it better. So how are you doing the collaboration? Because that's one of the biggest pieces, that the left hand is not talking to the right. The other biggest piece is that there's inefficiencies. For example, finance committee, we didn't have the financial statements. Correct. I know at the campuses, their budgets are not completely correct. Again, there's those inefficiencies. So how are we communicating to where everybody's on the same page, so as we transition, we're not making it worse?
So as implementation managers, Mr. Vasquez, myself, Ms. Ramos, and Dr. Gonzalez, along with our directors, we meet internally as a cabinet. We will meet on Wednesday mornings, and then we will identify, I will have already met with my staff as the other ladies, and we will talk about those inefficiencies and come up with a plan, and then we will reach out to Skyward or get whatever information we need to so that we can get that addressed. And then on Friday mornings, we do meet again, all of us, directors, cabinet, and we talk about, okay, where are we with this? Did this get addressed? How is that working? Is that not working for you? What can we do to make sure that we're clearing the path for that so that we can get to where we need to be? And so those meetings, they take about a good hour, hour and a half, because there is quite a bit to talk about. But we do have structured meetings to make sure that we are addressing it internally within ourselves, as well as with our directors, so they have a moment to discuss it as well.
And on the business side, one last question is Skyward truly better than what we had? With what you've seen, are we getting a better product, or are we taking a step back?
I think that's more subjective, but I have seen Skyward in one other district, and it is very effective for the larger, more robust schools. I know that it was a lot better than the other ones. I sat in on some of those evaluation meetings. I was not part of the evaluation committee, but I did see what it had to offer compared to the other ones. And I think the biggest piece for me was the Texas compliance. There are a lot of compliance issues for Texas alone, and they have a Texas team that helps with those compliance issues. So for me, that's, on the finance side, that's what I'm looking for.
What other district did you see it in?
In my previous district.
How big was that?
10,000 students. Mm-hmm.
Something that caught my attention, you said you guys are moving quickly to get this done. Because I know, what is it, Munis Tyler? It's going to expire here, what, in 4 months, 5 months?
Correct.
Is that why you guys are trying to move quickly? Because I see a lot of, on the previous slides, I saw a lot of to be determined, and I'm like, it's that 4 month window, and not everything is pretty set, and not even in progress, and I'm like, that makes me very hesitant, and, you know, hearing all the questions and concerns, it's like, was this really a good program to invest in? And when I heard you say it right now, Ms. Perez, moving quickly, the way you said it wasn't, you sounded nervous. Yeah, and I wasn't reassured by your confidence in it, so that's why I'm even more hesitant now.
If I can address that, Mr. Barrera. So because we say that the contract expires on June 30th, that's the maintenance and support contract, but the servers, the hardware, and the actual data resides here in the district. So we can continue to pull from that data as needed, which is why when you see those TBDs, it's going to be primarily for those areas that are the data dependent, because we'll be able to extract that data and transition over. The priority and the focus is to be able to transition all of those functional applications that we depend on Tyler on daily and transition those before June 30, but we are working diligently to transfer as much as we can, but we want to do it cautiously too and confidently. We don't want to just transfer data because we're going to lose. We're being really mindful, and I guarantee you that everyone is working hard to make sure that we don't miss out on any opportunity, and that we are confident and comfortable with the work that we're doing. And if I may just address one more comment or make a comment to the question that you made, Ms. Macias, about, you know, what efforts are we making to address concerns? We're always refining and revisiting. I mean, we're continuously looking for opportunities to improve. Within the last week alone, we've made some adjustments where we've added a third meeting. We're meeting with Mr. Vasquez, and we've talked about creating some focus group type of sessions in which we can sit and listen to our users and understand their need. You know, because we meet with our directors and we meet with our cabinet level, we don't always hear, and sometimes, you know, because we rely on the directors and our cabinet members to bring that information, sometimes we have employees who may not feel as comfortable, so we want to create a very safe space where they can bring problems so that we can also together offer solutions or look for ways to improve the current process. So we're always open to that, and we're looking for continuous improvement. It's not something that we're doing in isolation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Something else, and maybe I don't remember correctly, but refresh my memory. Is this one of those programs where I believe Tyler Munis, we already own the product itself? Is that true, or is that just true with certain other programs that we've purchased?
So with Tyler Munis, we own the hardware and we own the system per se. What happens after June 30 is we no longer get maintenance or support. So if there's if something should go wrong with the server or something should go wrong with the software and we need some troubleshooting assistance, we can't reach out to Tyler for that support. And then any enhancements or upgrades for the software, we're no longer licensed for. So that's what you pay for when that contract ends on June 30th.
Okay. What was the original price for Skyward?
Let me get my binder just one moment. And I failed to mention at the beginning of the presentation that we do have Dave Ilka, who's the Vice President of Business Development from Skyward. He's on standby virtually, should we have any specific questions for him. Okay, Vicki, you're gonna have to help me read this.
So for the first year for Skyward, it is $396,000. The second year is $1,454,000. Third year is $1,252,000. Fourth year is $950,000, and the fifth year is $950,000.
So almost $5 million. Correct, more or less, ballpark?
Over a 5-year period, yes, sir.
Refresh my memory, why did we transition from Tyler Muniz to Skyward?
So as previously mentioned, one of the reasons why, or the primary reason why we entertained an RFP was because our student information system was going to go end of life. And so we needed to explore options for a replacement. And because it had been 12 years since we had looked at the latest software that was out there, we incorporated into the RFP components for the enterprise resource, the ERP system.
So Muniz was never going to come out with a new, I guess, per se, Tyler system?
So Tyler did provide an alternate solution, and they did respond to the RFP on both the student and the finance side. They were part of the evaluation.
And you guys weren't satisfied with the student part of it or the financial part?
We had 30 members, representation from across the district, to include campus representation as well. And so as a committee, we made a recommendation based on the elements and factors that were outlined by the purchasing department. And we had 5 days of demonstrations in which we brought a vendor in every day, and they provided a full day of demo, if you will. They were showcasing their specific solutions, and then the committee was evaluating based on that. That happened in December.
Were they the only ones that provided this showcase?
No, sir. Every vendor that responded to the bid, and I don't know if Ms. Gabby's here, she can provide additional information, but we offered the opportunity to every provider for one full day. Half the day they spent showcasing the student side, and then the other half was the finance side. And I'll defer to Ms. Garcia for any additional.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
And Skyward came up, it was the number 1 for the committee?
Ms. Gabby, do you have that?
Sorry.
So, I didn't know your question.
Good evening, Mr. Barrera. Gabby Garcia, Purchasing Director. So when the evaluation ranks, those scores are averaged out, and then we rank the vendors, and so Skyward, amongst all they were ranked first.
Can you provide the board with, on the Friday packet, the process of that?
Yeah, absolutely. We can
Thank
do
you.
that, sir.
Mr. Barrera, to include the ranking as well?
Yes.
To include the ranking as well, too, please.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
What was the cost of the upgrade from Tyler Muniz?
Ooh, I don't have that information.
For
The
their part
difference-
that was going out end of life?
I'm sorry, if I may, I just want to make sure I understand your question.
Yes, just part of Tyler Muniz was going end of life, not the whole program?
The Tyler Student Information System,
Yes.
what was the cost, the annual recurring cost?
What was the cost of the upgrade? Because you replaced the entire system, right, Tyler Muniz?
So Tyler did not offer a direct replacement for their SIS. They partnered with another company for their student information system, so they had to be part of the bid process. They had to respond to the bid. So I don't have that information available. I'm sure, I don't know if Ms. Garcia can offer that in addition to the requested information.
Yes.
Yeah, can you provide that? And I just want to, Mr. Castellano, you're asking what would have been the cost if we would have not gone with Skyward and if we would have gone with the upgrade, correct?
With the upgrade, yes.
There wouldn't have been an upgrade.
There was no upgrade available for the student information system.
Or the new system would,
Well, because it's two, from what I understand, it's multiple programs, right? There's the student part, there's the finance.
There's two components to the solution. There's a student information system, and then there's what we call the ERP, which is the Enterprise Resource and Planning Solution. So between those two components is where the district function comes from, right? And so the district prior to Skyward was using Tyler for both products, but they were two separate products. One was Muniz, and then the other one was the student information system.
I think what we're looking for is if we had just stuck with the Tyler product, whatever it happened to be, even though it wasn't a direct replacement, if we had just stuck with whatever it was that Tyler Muniz offered, what would that cost have been and what would we have had to spend?
Okay, I think that was, they did provide a response, so I'm sure Ms. Garcia can provide.
Is that right, Mr. Castellano?
Well-
Yes, exactly. That's it.
And actually also, so on the ERP side, we didn't have to switch, right? I guess, what I would like to find out, what did it cost us? How much was the ERP side? That you should know, right? Dollar amounts?
Yes, there was a business side and a student side pricing, and we can provide you that information. But if I may just, I want to make sure I understand your question, Mr. Guerra. So you're saying, you're asking, did we have to migrate to the business side?
Right.
Or not? Okay. So to address that, to answer your question, no. But if I may offer an explanation as to help understand why, some of the reasons why it was important for us to consider it, if I may. So one of the areas is to offer a unified platform for alignment and consistency in reporting to include state reporting. So you have to do state reporting from both areas, and it was important for us to be able to provide a unified platform to be able to conduct that business. Secondly, from a technology standpoint, when you're looking at how data is stored, where to find it, how to integrate with third-party applications, which a district of our size has many, it makes it a lot easier from a resource and support perspective to be able to have one single pane of glass or one single application to pull and draw data from. That's another area. From a maintenance and support for the technology side, when you're dealing with backups and you're dealing with being able to recover or provide support for those systems, having a unified platform as well. Just consistency for our end user experience too. You want to make sure that they can access that system and be comfortable with the same look and feel of the solution. That makes a difference. And then from a Skyward perspective, the mobile application too, because we have the ability to use a mobile app. When you offer two different solutions, then you also have to maintain two separate systems to be able to support our end users. Those are just some of the reasons why we considered. One of the other factors, like I mentioned earlier, is because it was a 12-year-old system. So last time the district had entertained an ERP or assist solution was 12 years ago. We felt that it was important to look and see what else was out there and what advancements had been made with different technological advancements.
So you're saying Tyler Munis did not meet the state standard or whatever?
No, sir, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that for our ability to be able to provide a unified support structure, it made sense for us to entertain the option.
But we didn't have to. So it provided whatever the district needed to report to the state, our old system.
Yes, sir. It has to be in compliance with state.
Because you emphasize that, well, this one is better because it does do that. Well, the other ones would have to be compliant. And you're saying like they weren't, and that's what I'm clarifying.
No, sir. I'm not saying that at all. I want to make sure that I can clarify that statement. I am saying for state reporting, it made sense for us to draw information from a single system. But I'm not saying, by no means am I saying that the previous product that we were using, we were not in compliance. I'm not saying that at all, sir.
I think the underlying question here is, was it cost effective? That's what we're asking, because and I think when you give us the information on the numbers that have been requested, we can see that if this was cost effective overall, did we have to do it, or could we have found another way to do it? You know, as I spoke to Carmen before, we can run like a Cadillac system, but somebody else has to pay in that system. You know, it's a little fixed pie, and we all have to, you know, decide what's important, and was this important to just scrap the whole system and move over? And I think that's the question we're asking here.
Okay, we'll make sure that we get the information from the bid, all of the information, along with what that information would have looked like had we continued with that current system, so that we can look at that apples to apples.
The numbers that you gave me, those are for, like, I know Mr. Guerra brought up the question about the two different entities, right?
Mm-hmm.
The numbers that you gave us right now, is that both of those entities combined?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess my concern too is, I mean, our superintendent's not here, obviously he's in another meeting, or maybe it already ended, but it's kind of, he blamed it on the board and I'm gonna say it for what it is, and I don't really hold back, but he put it on the board that it was our fault that why the budget is the way it is. Well, he's supposed to manage it. Obviously, he's not here to answer it, unfortunately. However, he still brought it to the board a year ago to approve of pretty much almost $5 million for this new program, already well knowing that we were already running into what he put a financial issue. So he never brought the financial issue to our attention back then, and now it's an issue now, but yet he at that point in time, he still wanted to say, hey, you know what, let's purchase this $5 million program, which to me, that tells me that he was aware of both issues. And that's where I feel like we're cheating out the students, most importantly, the taxpayer. But I mean, putting the pieces of the puzzle, it just doesn't sit well with me. And this program does not seem to be functioning well with our district needs for our students, teachers, and our budget.
We'll make sure you get the information, sir, this Friday. And I'll be available for any questions, as Mr. Ramos will be available if y'all have any specific questions about the bid or any of the vendors. So at this time, I will invite Dr. Gonzalez to discuss the Skyward ERP Human Resource Update.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nájera, Board of Trustees. I'm Angela Gonzalez, Chief Human Resources Officer, and also is with me.
Hi, good evening, President Nájera, members of the board. I'm Selena Stiles, Director of Human Resources.
So we have the next two slides, and well, this is the first time that HR department was invited to be part of the Skyward Updates presentation. So this is our updates. So as Ms. Perez mentioned, if you see the first line, the compensation employee benefits, is already a module that is live on Skyward, and we, the HR department, joined the finance department around November, December to start putting the payroll together. So I just want to clarify that when we say it in progress in these two slides that doesn't mean that it's live in Skyward. That means that we are maybe, as you see there, most of this month start working behind the scenes and transferring data, migrating data, doing setups from Munis to Tyler the best we can and the faster we can. We don't know how long it's going to take for each one of these areas. I want to also clarify that when you say module, and an exception of the first one, the rest, it's just areas of HR. That doesn't mean that it's Skyward modules already in Skyward. This is already current areas, modules that we are handling with Munis or other additional software that like Frontline or DocuNav. So the second one, employee accruals, for example, is in progress. We have some HR specialists working on just migration of data, validating data. For example, this one, they start in October and they haven't finished. So it's in progress in that aspect, but it's not in Skyward yet. The applicant tracking, that's the name for Skyward, but we have an application system that is live now in Munis. We're still using Munis. Applicant tracking, we start, maybe we have had a couple of meetings, and it still lives in Munis. And yes, as Ms. Macias was mentioning, we're working simultaneously in two systems at the same time because we cannot stop to keep updating Munis because we still don't have Skyward. So applicant tracking is in progress. The certification education still in progress, lives in Munis, but it's still, we're working on the validation. And this was start also this month also to help the PIMS department with the coming snapshot on February 29th, the submission that we need to give. Years of service and service records is in progress. Again, we're working in validation and import, but still lives in Munis. It's not in Skyward. Staff planning, we have an initial meeting on November 9, and for consultation only, it's in progress because we're working on the setup and the training. So basically, you have that information there in each one. This month is when we start exploring getting those meetings, everything virtual. So the next slide, for example, the driver DL tracking is the driver license tracking. We HR track the driver's license for the bus drivers and all the people that is required, right? That is not expire, for example. So we're waiting. It still lives in Munis, but we're still waiting for Skyward to tell us how can we implement that, or the technology department to continue. As of today, is still suspended, right? We're not doing the trackings. The substitute tracking, we have the first meeting on November 1st as a consultation meeting. Is to be determined because, again, we're still working this one on Munis. Employee contracts is to be determined. Time clock, we have the first meeting on October 2nd as a demo. And it's also to be determined. And the other two, historical data and case management. Case management is where more for Mr. Rellinger department, where we store all the legal cases and grievances and all that. So we're trying to figure out, we don't know for sure yet if we can do that through Skyward or not, but we start having conversations with technology departments, so how can we support us to find an alternate way of doing it. You want to add something?
On those specifically that have just the TBD, as Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, there have been some consultation meetings, but they're TBD because we haven't had an official meeting to start the process of the implementation for those.
Can you go back to the beginning of this presentation? I just want to see something real quick.
The slides?
Yeah, all right, let's go.
Okay.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
You're moving it, Ms. Perez? Oh.
Next one.
Okay. That is the first for human resources. Okay, I'm gonna move it. So this is how it starts. This is the first slide.
Give me a second one. Okay, next one, please. Okay, next one. Okay.
Next one?
Yes.
This is the first for HR.
Okay, so it sounds like you guys, HR pretty much has almost roughly about half of what's left of Skyward, right? To transition. But as I look at the HR aspect, still working out pay adjustments in progress. Can we go to the next slide, please? Customization, you said it sounds like the driver's license tracking is, you guys aren't tracking it anymore. You're still waiting for Skyward to give you an update, to be determined, all the way down, so on and so forth. And obviously we know that this is gonna expire. You did say case management, you're still waiting for guidance on that. That brings me a lot of concern to see is that gonna be implemented before? I mean, what does that look like? Are those case managements, are they gonna be able to have the system in place by then? I mean, that brings a lot of concern, and I mean, we talk about records retention, but that could bring an issue if we don't have that proper documentation.
Yes, if I may address that or answer that question. We have already had a meeting with the Human Resources Department, Mr. Redlinger and his staff. We met last week to understand the requirements of what they needed, and we already are developing a plan for migration of that solution to support them with that data prior to. And if I may also reiterate one thing that Dr. Gonzalez mentioned. I know she mentioned that they're not all modules. Some of them are components of information that are embedded within. And so I saw you, Mr. Barrera, just counting through them, but I want to assure you that they're not all Like the driver's license is 2 fields. It's the driver's license number and the expiration date that we need to be able to import in. And so we are working, and that's not really something that's dependent on Skyward at this point. That's something that technology has already received training on from Skyward on how to create those fields and being able to set them up and then transfer the data over from Tyler Munis into Skyward.
Okay.
And I want to just clarify one more thing. I wanted to just ask Ms. Dr. Gonzalez and possibly Selena too. On substitute tracking, that's not Tyler Munis dependent, correct? Is that something we're using a third-party application for? It's Frontline. It's currently Frontline. That is not a Tyler Munis product at this point.
Yes, but the information
It's still to transfer, correct? It would still take some time and, okay.
yes, the information to feed Frontline comes from Munis. So even with Skyward, once it's implemented, we will need maybe extra softwares to complement areas as we have now with Munis.
Okay.
Dr. Gonzalez, did you say that you came on board this process in November? Did we understand that correctly?
Like to implement the payroll, we start like in November, December.
Around the October, November, that's when we started working with finance for the payroll.
Okay. Did you have any were you part of the committee that selected Skyward?
There were a few of us from HR that were part of the selection committee, part of the purchasing process, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one request. Could you provide us the contract for Skyward? And truly moving forward, it's what I hear, it's bringing everybody together because Skyward is a third party or second party, however you want to see it. And if there's any efficiencies, it's about coming together to make sure that they're giving us the product that we're paying for. We're paying a pretty penny. So internally, we have to listen to each other to create that system to then make sure that the vendor is giving us what we're paying for. Thank you.
Anything else?
Just one last question. And also, on a package also as well, if you could put, when you guys looked at Skyward, can you tell us what are the districts they work for? I know Ms. Perez mentioned in her last district, that's a small district. Did you all did the committee see the size of a district? So something comparable to Socorro, we have 47,000 students compared to 11,000. It's a big difference. So maybe we could get some comparison at that. You guys have anything like that?
So, Mr. Guerra, as part of a committee member, I know that was not discussed in the actual committee, but I don't know if there were other conversations outside of that.
I would hope to think that when we decide to make a big change like this, that we look at all those aspects and we compare large districts and small districts because we're 47,000 student enrollment. So we have to make sure we look at that. So we got to ask the right questions. I'm hoping we did ask those right questions. Thank you.
If I may, as I mentioned earlier, we do have Mr. Dave Ilka, Vice President of Business Development, on standby. If you would like, we could ask him that question and ask him to address the number of districts that he may be supporting, that they offer the solution to it with the districts similar to our scale and size.
That would be great. How many, based on our scale and size, do they
there he
work
is.
with here in Texas?
Good evening, Mr. Ilka. Can you hear us okay?
I can, and thank you. I've been listening intently. When it comes to the size of the districts in Texas, we scale to roughly 80,000 students in the state of Texas. Nationally, over 200,000 we scale up to. So if you want examples, I can provide those, but well over the 50,000 mark.
With both products, sir? The student
Yes.
side and business side?
Yes.
That would be great if he could provide us which districts they do support in Texas that are our size or bigger.
Absolutely.
Thank
We
you.
can provide that information.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out how to word it. We've heard a lot of, complaints or it brought to our attention, training, people don't have it implemented. what are you doing on your side to ensure that we get this done? I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of potholes on this road to getting it going. What is the company doing to ensure that this goes over smoothly? Or I know HR, we haven't even touched the HR section, and we need to ensure that this product is going to fulfill our needs. What are you doing in your company?
That question is for me?
Oh, yes, I'm talking, yes.
Okay, well, I want to make sure. So, the first payroll was run roughly a month ago, right? So the process takes some time. Obviously, to roll out this type of implementation, it takes us literally weeks, if not months, to make sure all modules are rolled out successfully. So again, payroll is our first and foremost consideration and concern. We want to make sure that is completed. And we roll other modules out after that. So applicant tracking, time and attendance. Like stated earlier, we have plenty of training and time available for that. And we will have those modules rolled out this spring. So again, it takes a process overall when it comes to the conversions and the modules. But again, payroll is always first when it comes to the ERP side, the scheduling side, on the student modules. Again, that again is a process that we go through, and we look forward to being able to make all this successful in the next few months.
Is this the first time you transferred Tyler Munis over to your system?
No, sir.
So it should go a lot smoother. Are we the second rodeo? I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Why?
It's kind of a loaded question a little bit. Second, third, fourth rodeo. Every district is a little unique. The amount of data that we bring over always varies. It might seem like, hey, we did this once, we can do it again seamlessly, but we're bringing over a lot of historical information as well. So that takes time. And those history conversions will, it'll happen. It's one of those things where you have to keep your eye on the prize and make sure that everything is done in the right order. Again, it takes some time. I mean, this is a huge undertaking to make it successful.
I don't have any more questions.
Mr. Nahara, if I may just close by saying, just to reiterate what Mr. Elka said, projects like this, implementation products, when you're transitioning from any big implementation like this, it's painful. And it's not always fun, and it's not always easy, and 9 times out of 10, it's not easy. But I think just to reiterate what I said, working together, I know Ms. Macias mentioned that, talking and working together collaboratively, keeping our eye on the prize, which is what we are all committed to doing, and it is what we live and breathe this transition right now. All 3 teams, I can attest to say that everyone is working as hard as they can to make sure that this is as smooth as possible, but we also know that there is not going to be any one solution that we can check all the boxes for. It's hard to find anything, and it's not nearly impossible to find a solution that can check all the boxes. So our goal is to find the ones that we need, the ones that we can do, and then we work together to accomplish that. I wasn't here for the Tyler implementation, but I have been part of 2 other implementations in the other districts that I've worked for. And the experience is similar. I hate to say it, but it's just the truth of an implementation. They are not painless. They really have a lot of challenges, a lot of areas that you navigate, and you're having to revisit processes and data that you take for granted, if you will. So you're having to revisit that all and refine and validate, as our HR team mentioned, just to make sure that we can turn around a quality product and be very happy and comfortable with the direction that we're moving toward.
One last really quick question. If the product that we're receiving is not better in certain areas, how are we going to hold them accountable if it was written that it was a better product, but now we don't have access, or there's inaccuracies, X, Y, and Z?
In all fairness, Ms. Macias, I don't know that we have been using Skyward long enough to be able to truly assess that. I think that right now we are, we're in the growing pains. We're dealing with the implementation. I'll be the first one to tell you that if we felt that Skyward was not meeting the mark, we would be having a different conversation. But the evaluation committee, we looked at all of that data, and I can personally tell you that I feel like we definitely are moving in the right direction, but it really is too early to tell whether or not the solution is like not as good. If I just want to, we're only 2.5 months in. I think it's too premature to be able to truly say it's not working.
I just wanted to put it on record since Mr. Ika is here. Sir, we want to make sure the product that we have is comparable, if not better, than we had before. Thank you.
I want to pose the same question, but Mr. Ika, how are you going to hold yourself or your company accountable if we continue to have these issues?
Well, I mean, we take that that day by day. I mean, if I look at the student system, which I think we can kind of look at as kind of a scale right now. I mean, you went live on our product on the student side July 31st of 23, and you're still live on it. Scheduling, grading, attendance, everything that goes along with an SIS, all the state reporting. I think we really can look at the SIS side and say, hey, has it been successful? And I'm a little biased, obviously, but I would say yes. The business side, again, we're a month and change into it right now. So again, conversions still have to happen. We have some HR components that we still have to implement. And, we have calls on a weekly basis to kind of schedule that and make sure things are moving accordingly. But, I really feel the student side's been successful, and the business side is really still TBD. And again, we I believe had a payroll last month of $13 million, and we paid everybody. We had some rounding items I think mentioned earlier, very, very little amount, but again, successful. We've never missed a payroll in our 42-year history. I've been with the company for 30 some years. I really think that we'll be successful. And again, trusting the process is what we always preach. So I'm more than happy to come to a board meeting in a few months. And I really feel like we'll be successful on the ERP side, just like we are on the SIS side.
Historically speaking, though, how long do you usually see a transition? Because right now, earlier I heard you say usually a couple months, a few months. I mean, we're actually already going from when we purchased your product about a year or just over a year. And from when we went live on the first system, we're about 8 months into it. So how long does the transition usually take? Because it seems a little bit longer than it probably should from the way you spoke earlier.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, we typically have a little more time. The district, like you mentioned, decided to move forward with Skyward roughly a year ago, and we had the SIS side up again at the end of July, early August. The ERP side just went live in January. So we like to have 6 months, if not more like a year, for the implementation. The Socorro ISD team has been fantastic when it comes to all the migrations and working with us. But again, that data there's a lot of verification to go through. 12 years since you've been on the Tyler Munis system. So again, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question directly, but we do have all the data we need. We've been successful on converting a payroll, your AP runs, and we're moving into the HR modules.
I just want clarity on how long, because like I said, you just stated it only takes you, a few months, and now it's like 6 months to a year. So I just want that clarity, so that we're not misguided or there's no misunderstanding at that point.
When I said 6 months to a year, I'm talking about prior. I mean, when we have the implementation process, how much time we need to actually move forward to do all our training, the conversions. Again, we've only been live on the ERP system for less than 2 months. Again, there's a lot of prep going into that, but again, the first payroll, I think it was noted, there's been 3 payrolls that have been run on the Skyward system. So again, very new, very fresh, and I can only compare it to the SIS side because that has been implemented longer, correct?
So I guess my question now is, because I'm hearing 2 different things, and I look at the money, the way it's being paid out. When does a contract for the SIS end, and when does the contract for ERP end? What month?
Well,
because I know it's on an annual basis, but when does that end? Does the SIS end, come July? Does it end when we first approved it? And when does the ERP, was it when we first went live with it?
Okay, so if we talk about how the system's being paid for, I definitely can share that information. We can get this to you. Everything ends on a fiscal year. So, I mean, even though we have a 5-year, $5 million contract, everything is year to year, correct? And we actually started the business side. So I hate to have districts pay 2 vendors, right? So you're paying Tyler Munis already to keep that up and live, and we need to do that because we need to have access to the old system for conversion data, that information. So Skyward has not even charged Socorro ISD for our ERP software until July of this year. So even though you went live in January, we are not billing you annually until we went live in January. We're not billing you until July. So you basically 6 months, quote unquote, free software on the ERP side. On the student side, you went live, like I noted, back in July, and we only charged you for 1/4 of the year. So right now, I mean, again, I can give you these numbers. Right now, Socorro ISD is not paid for Skyward on the student or ERP side at all for annual maintenance. Again, just for that transition from Tyler. We do not want to, because you're paying Tyler already, right? We don't want to have to charge you for both paying 2 vendors.
But you're only speaking about the annual maintenance, correct? Not the product itself.
It's kind of one and the same. The only other charge is the services, which is the conversions, the training, and those items, which are a lesser amount.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
More questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We do have Mr. Hill now.
How you doing, Mr. Nahara, members of the board? How much does it cost you 600 kids? That's what we're down with, Skylar. Has this district that has been growing under Tyler every single year through the pandemic lost 600 kids? I don't think so. So why aren't we raising those costs? How much is that costing? That's in the millions. Now, I already know that they didn't talk about the special needs. Over 200 kids that ain't getting, we're not getting funds for. Just in special needs. Now, my director, he knows that this isn't exactly correct. So you know what he did? He counted the kids that got off the buses so he can get an accurate count. But do you really think this district lost 600 kids? I don't think so. I don't have less kids. The schools don't have less kids. They're crowded. The teachers don't have less kids in their classrooms. But why are we being told that we lost 600 kids? That needs to be looked at. Those costs need to be looked at. Nobody is doing the part. I know they're just starting because we brought it up to them to barely look at it. But they didn't bring that up today. And I'm a little upset that they didn't bring that up because I've been waiting for that. That's why I said I would wait. Sorry. We need to get a direct count at how many kids that are in our schools so we can get paid properly through the state. We got a scorched earth situation from Ms. Perez on stuff that we have to do to get back on track. She said we lost 600. I don't think so. We need correct data. And this is not correct. And you guys know that. I believe you all know that. And I believe you know that this is costing us more than what they showed up there. We need correct data, because you know where we're going. We know what the issues that are being said on our health insurance and stuff. But I think that we need to do is do the system, because we're stuck. But we need to manual our kids. Just as a backup, to make for sure that we have the right count, that we are getting our correct funding for this district that we also love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Okay, moving on to item 9D, strategic plan priority 2. Dr. Gonzalez.
Again, good evening. Board President, Mr. Nájera, Board Trustees, we're going to present our strategic, it's our turn now for HR, and we want to show off a little bit about what we have done in HR. And for that, I want to also invite.
Hi, good evening. I'm Angelica Herrera, Director of HR. I'll be presenting the strategic plan update on priority 2. She's getting it. We did provide it this past Friday or Thursday, I believe, of last week. It was provided. Claudia. Want me to log on?
Dr. Gonzalez, did they find your presentation? If not, we can postpone till next month.
Okay, you
I need a
tell us.
motion.
Due to technical difficulties, recommendation to postpone to next month.
Okay.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Macia, seconded by Mr. Barrera to postpone the strategic plan priority 2 agenda item to next month's regular board meeting.
Do you
Any
want,
further discussion?
sorry, no, you want us to include it on the Friday packet?
Already.
Wow. Oh, yeah, it was already included.
Have it? Do you want me to go?
No. They voting.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, all those against? Okay, an item to postpone strategic plan priority 2 to next month passed.
Okay.
Appreciate your understanding and flexibility, Dr. Gonzalez and Mr. Item number 10, consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled?
Item D6.
Item D6.
And C.
And C.
Item F1.
F1.
Item D, 1 through 6.
1 through 6.
Motion to approve agenda except for items identified.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Macias to approve consent agenda except items identified, which are from number 10, C, D, 1 through 6. Motion was made by Ms. Macias.
And F1.
Oh, and F1. I'm sorry, I didn't go far enough. And item F1. All right, so that was 10C, D in its entirety, and F1. Motion made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, consent agenda passes. Item 10C, Ms. Gardea.
I would just like some clarification regarding some of the amendments. I want to make sure that I understand it. The amendments 1 through 23, it says to reallocate funds. Is this just a moving around of monies, correct? And allocating them where they need to be or where they're needed. Is that correct?
Okay. Good evening, Mr. President Nájera, members of the board. So is your question about the amendments that are coming out of fund balance?
They technically are, because I think I understand amendments 1 through 23 and 24 and 25. I was unclear about amendments 26, 27, and 28.
Okay, so let's start with number 26, and this is for the Child Nutrition Services Program. They are required to spend down any funds that are in excess of the fund balance. So the amount that they need to spend down is $32,000. And their plan is to spend it down by purchasing breakfast carts for some of the campuses. They can't leave the fund balance there. There's a certain amount that they have to keep in their fund balance. So on number 27, you made a good point that sometimes it's hard to know. It's like if it's going to actually affect the fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
And for item number 27, it is not going to affect the fund balance. And the reason for that is that it's a rebate program for the buses. And I'm happy to say it's like that we have received the $9.2 million in total. That happened last week sometime, and the money has already been deposited. So the amendment was kind of a protocol type of thing where we bring it to you so we can put it in the budget so that function does not go negative. So then on number 28, that's for the Graduation Alliance. That one's a hit or miss. So this might impact the fund balance if the overall district general fund expenses exceed the revenue. So anytime that you see an amendment that hits fund balance, there is potential to hit the fund balance, but during the course of the year, increases in revenue and salary savings and savings from other line items can reduce the impact to the fund balance.
So what exactly happens to the rebate that we received was it the buses?
Yes. So Mr. Harmon is here. It's like if you'd like him to answer specific questions.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I hear rebate and I think, ooh, yay. But I don't know that that's how it works. Does that help our deficit?
We paid for the buses up front.
Okay.
And also, I believe the construction and EPA reimbursed us for it.
But just, I guess, my simplistic mentality of math. So does this help our current deficit in the fund balance or not really? No, okay. That was really, I was hoping that 9.2 million was gonna alleviate some of that deficit.
It's a neutral transaction.
Gotcha, okay.
Ms. Olson, it happened this year? The actual payout, and so we're paying ourselves back in the same year? Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
So it's money out and then money in.
Money back in.
It was a reimbursement.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you so much, I
Oh,
appreciate it.
you're very welcome.
Motion?
Motion to approve consent agenda item 10C.
Motion made by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes. Continuing with 10D, number 1, Mr. Castellano.
I want to make a motion that we postpone or table items 1 through 6, these extension contracts, until the district can come to the board with a comprehensive plan to address the financial issue that we have. These contracts are not about to expire, but we need to show an urgency and not have meetings once a month on our budget issues. And we need to show that we're not going to blame the teachers, we're not going to blame the insurance, that this is why we're going to, the problem is, we need to reevaluate and prioritize what is important to the district.
Second.
A motion made by Mr. Castellano to postpone items D1 through 6. Till
So we have our financial meeting, till they present a comprehensive plan on what's the priority of the district. What are our priorities right now? Because we're going to have to make some changes, $33 million down, and this should have been done a long time ago, but.
Mr. Castellano, we have a motion. I need to deal with the motion first, please. Motion
Yes.
by Mr. Castellano to postpone items number, and I was just looking for something more specific. Next board meeting, any future regular board meeting?
And I think that's what he was trying to clarify, was just.
That's just
as
some of
soon
these
as
Yeah,
happens,
that we
get-
need a plan from the district. Until we get our plan from the district on what's the priorities.
Okay, but we need to deal with the motion first, so.
Okay, that's it.
Motion made by yourself,
Yes.
seconded by Mr. Herrera. Any further discussion?
Just discussion. I agree for the general fund, but if it's anything that's not general fund, I would recommend that move forward. I believe it's only item C3, that's National School Age Program Fund, so it's not general fund. So that would, I don't know if we could adjust it, that would be,
Which
that's my, I believe it's 10D3. It says per year National School Lunch Program funds. All the other ones, I think it says general fund. So that would just be my recommendation, that way we're not, I think our concern, mutual concern, is the general fund balance.
Okay, National Fund. The funding for D3 comes from
Child nutrition,
malnutrition.
not general fund.
Okay.
That's correct.
Child nutrition is a special fund, so the revenues and expenses are specific to child nutrition services.
Okay, well, I'll make the adjustment to my motion with the exception of, we postpone D1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 until we get a plan.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Mr. Castellano to postpone item number D, except or consent agenda 10D
3.
in its entirety, except 3, until a future board meeting. Seconded by Mr. Herrera. Discussion.
How quick can we have that proposal on how we're gonna address the deficit?
At this point, I know we have a fund balance presentation scheduled for February 29th, so as far as future meetings, that would be at the discretion of the board on when your availability is. So I don't have an answer.
So that February 29th is the next
Fund
meeting we're
balance
gonna have?
presentation.
Okay.
Ms. Perez, for clarification, that is with proposals of some type of plan? Is that what that meeting's about?
This part of the presentation will discuss some of the questions that were brought up, as well as some recommendations, but ultimately the recommendation would be at the board's discretion. We can come up with different items to recommend, but it would be your discretion.
And I can only speak for myself. I would like to see a plan, not, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree. I want to see a proposal of what, and I mean, hopefully there's everything that's on the board that you guys said, all right, we're laying everything out, and this is what we're looking at, where we can make a cut here, here, and here, not just certain specific because, oh, I want it for my department. No, it's, everything's out on the board, and that's, what we're gonna get. None of this hidden stuff where we end up finding out through conversation, or later on you guys bring it to our attention. It's like, why wasn't this presented back February 29th?
Okay, yes, sir.
So we're talking about two different funds right now, the general fund and the fund balance. So what we're having, is that correct? No? It's all the same?
The general fund is all our revenue.
Okay.
And the fund balance is what's left after we've paid everything.
Okay. So what we're having, the workshop that we're having next week, is this something that we can discuss next week? The plan that we're talking about?
Yes. We can, I will get with Dr. Carmen to make sure that we have that addressed in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Perez, remind me. Okay, we already have this year's budget approved. We already have this year's budget allocated. Departments have money that they need to spend. For example, this year, just like last year, we're gonna buy Letterman jackets for seniors that qualify according to whatever the criteria that we've established. It's, I believe we purchase Letterman jackets for seniors if they letter in whatever activity they happen to letter in. We're gonna continue to recruit and retain employees. When we get those, we need to do background checks. We need to do alcohol and drug tests. If we have, I don't know, if an employee gets injured, in some instances, I know employers do alcohol and drug testing,
Correct.
et cetera. So, fire alarm upgrades. If we have an issue with one of our fire alarms, we have money allocated to deal with those issues and be able to resolve them.
Correct.
Now, if we don't approve these contracts, we're not gonna stop doing business, are we?
No, sir. If we do not approve these contracts, we just simply not use the vendors that are associated with these contracts.
Then
We'll
if we-
notify the vendors that they have not been extended, and we'll have to go out and look at purchasing co-ops or competitive proposals, depending on what the item is. Anything that is still within the guidelines of CH local.
So if we don't extend the drug testing services contract and we hire another substitute teacher tomorrow, and we have to drug test that teacher, we're not going to send that teacher to this vendor right here. We're gonna look at something like Buy Board.
Correct.
And we're gonna have to use that vendor right there to complete that drug test.
Yes.
Even if this contract gives us a better price.
Correct.
That's what we're gonna have to do because
We'll have
we're
to-
not gonna stop recruiting and retaining teachers. We're not gonna stop recruiting and retaining bus drivers or police officers or anybody else. That business is going to continue. The only thing that we're doing by not approving these contracts is telling these vendors, we're not gonna use you anymore. We have to use other resources, even if this pricing is better.
Correct. And quite honestly, the vendors that we do within our own bidding process it's a lot of our local people. So again, this will affect a lot of our local businesses.
Right, so when we get bids to these vendors for these contracts, of course, Buy Board and other cooperatives, those are national,
Correct.
not local. So basically what we're doing by not extending these contracts is there's a possibility pricing is gonna be higher, and we're definitely excluding local vendors because we're forced then to do business with national agreements, not our local approved vendors.
And we may have to take a little bit more time to get some of these items procured because they're probably vendors that we're not used to dealing with. We'd have to negotiate those prices again within the co-ops that we are subscribed to, so that we can still get the best price. But as far as these are the best prices for the district. So by not using these, we'll just use other co-ops, again, within CH local.
If I may, for clarification, the dates that I see are May 31st, April 18th, April 2nd, April 22nd, April 22nd, March 1st. And I'm sorry, I know that we were possibly gonna not do the April 2nd. So motion on the board, or motion is to just hold until we get our next information. Because truly, whenever you're looking at a plan, it's not specifically these. It's pretty much we're looking at what are we gonna do district-wide. And I think that's the intent, is that before we move forward, we wanna look at everything. And it's not just, larger class sizes, X, Y, Z. So that is why I'm in favor. It's more of the intent. We completely understand that all of these things are necessary. What helps me is that truly we could come back within this month and all of these still are in place, but we want to see a plan.
Correct. And that is, I completely understand the plan part. However, these agenda items are pertinent to the current year, and that current year budget has already been approved. So you would, I mean, I understand the need for the plan, and I agree with you. But it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to spend within the budget that we have this year. But again, this is at the discretion of the board. I'll be more than happy to help clarify that if that's not making any sense.
But they're not in place right now, so it technically expires, extend for an additional 1 year through May 31st. So I'm assuming that it should not stop working until
May 31st.
Until May 31st.
You're correct.
So therefore, if we hire a teacher tomorrow, they could still be drug tested.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just my point was that what we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with a balanced budget, and this is not the way to do it. This is shooting ourselves in the foot, to make us better runners. This is not the way to do it. This is an incorrect approach in doing it, but.
The budget's been approved for this fiscal year, correct?
Yes.
And it's projected to be at a deficit when we're done, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we already shot ourselves in the foot. Now this is just bringing it to the attention and the urgency. So we approve the budget, but the money's not going to be there. It's going to come out of the fund balance. This would be projected at what, 17, another what, 15, 16 million in the hole we're projecting deficit?
Correct.
Okay.
And not only that, but to include, when you look at the 40,345, the 350, the 90,000, but then the biggest one that takes the most of it, and obviously we just had a conversation with that, even though it doesn't say Skyward here on 10D6, when you actually read through the detail work, it's finally there. If you read the fine print, that's what it's referring to, right? Skyward?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that itself is like, why wasn't Skyward put here where it was on the other one? So I have still,
well, with all due respect, sir, we didn't list
I still
out
have
all
some
the
questions
vendors.
with that, and that's 1.4 compared to the other ones combined, and that alone can be a significant for us as a district.
We don't usually list out the vendors that were awarded. We list out the bid that was sent out and the bid name that it was bid under, and that's the extension that we put on the agenda. We don't usually give out, on any of them, you won't see vendor names except on the individual page itself.
So motion by Mr. Castellano, seconded by Mr. Barrera. We had discussion. All those in favor to postpone?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Aye.
Okay. All those in favor, show of hands. All those against? So the item does not pass. Blanco?
Mr. Blanco,
What's next?
does the item, the consent agenda, dies down, do we continue?
The item 7.
With the consent agenda items, that it was a 3-3 vote. Do we continue with
Well-
assuming the items?
Another motion can be made with respect to items D, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Item 3, 10D3 has not been taken up yet. But if it's
So
going to be a
since-
stalemate, and
So
it's,
since there was no prevailing side, anybody can make an additional motion,
yeah,
correct?
there's not a prohibition against that because neither side prevailed. So, but at a 3-3, unless one of you all is inclined to change your vote, you're not going to get a resolution, and these will just not be approved, and they'll roll over into another agenda if you don't change a vote.
I make a motion to approve items D, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
I second.
Mr. Guerra, what items were those again, please?
D1, 2, because 3's already been approved already, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
3 hasn't been.
Okay,
No, we're gonna go back to 3. Yeah.
3 as well then as well.
Okay, so motion by Mr. Guerra to approve items listed under D, except for number 3. Made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, and it's gonna. Sounds good.
I make a motion to approve D3.
Second.
Motion to approve item D3 made by Mr. Barrera, seconded by Mr. Castellano. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Item F1.
E. We're in E.
I'm
Right?
sorry?
Oh, no.
F1.
Oh, yeah,
No,
you're right.
F1.
My bad.
Mr. Casco, the only thing I had in question was I saw in our board book, the amount is 719,000, but I saw we got a revision for the amount of 733,000.
That is correct. First of all, President Nahida, members of the board, David Carrasco, Director of Maintenance Operations for TMS ISD. Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, that is correct. The only thing that was added was a payment and performance bond, which was at $14,115. It was added to that final price. That was not included in that first one that you had received.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Discussion.
Discussion, sir?
Yeah, this is the same topic about the fund, our expenditures and our financial issues. We should not vote for this. We've already spent a fortune on Socorro High School, and this was left out of the bond, and we're asking the taxpayer again to pick up the cost. I say we just table this until we get our priorities set on the district again. But motion's been made.
A discussion. I'm not sure if anybody on the board has gone and seen the track at Socorro High School. It's a mess. I've been out there and I've seen it. There's cracks, there's potholes. Unfortunately, we're not putting in the bond, but Ms. Pettis, I believe you mentioned this money was already allocated? I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir, that's currently in our budget.
The money was already allocated, and it's not that we're giving Socorro High School, we're doing everything at Socorro High School. That track is in bad shape. And it's for the students. That's what we need to do.
I have received some concerns from parents who have sent me pictures of the track and field, and my main concern is injury to our students because there are horrible holes, and that too is I understand the financial concerns, but I have to place the safety of our kids before that at this point because it is a very dangerous environment for our students to be participating in track and field.
Sure, thank you. Mr. I have a few pictures. I don't have enough copies for everybody. My pass them.
Sure.
And just for clarification, this is for immediate, it has already been, it's not like the prior contracts that were future extensions. This is to be done now due to the safety issue?
Correct. And the safety issue, it really is
Bad.
in the forefront.
And this was not part of the bond?
No, ma'am, it was not. And just if I may, a little bit of information. If you look at the pictures there, it wasn't part of the bond. And since 2017, being that it wasn't on the bond, we took it upon ourselves as far as maintenance. We didn't do anything as far as any kind of maintenance or repairs to the track. And if you look at it, it's just beyond. It's really, you can't use it for the students. Can't use it. And so with that, we're coming with you to have it's a complete redo of the track. It'll be something to be that would put the finishing touches on the campus, and something that'll provide safety and a good quality product for that school and for those students in the area.
And this is impacting our students directly. This is kind of a consumable. You have this planned every single year, replacement of certain tracks?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Mills, as you know, in the past, we do that all the time. Especially with our climate, the heat and the dryness, It takes a toll on tracks, turfs. We do always, with our budget, we always try to approach a campus at the lower part of the district, the mid, and then the upper part of the district as well. We evaluate them, look at them, whichever ones are needing some kind of repair. We bring that to the board and have that taken care of. And as far as high schools, we've done the structural spray as far as maintenance, as far as what's been done. Americas, the last one we did recently was Eastlake High School, just to keep them, to maintain them, where each and every campus has a nice facility.
So it's just Socorro's turn.
Yes, and like I said, we had not done anything because of all the construction that was going to take place, demolition. There's nothing around where that track is at right now. Everything's been gone or rebuilt, and so now's the time for us to come in and make that repair and replacement.
Thank you for clarification for me.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you do Eastlake?
That structural spray, I believe, was done last summer, sir.
Okay.
And it
was Eastlake worse than this?
Very, like I said, as far as our conditions with our weather and such, we do everything we can to maintain them. Even like today's dust storm, that dust settles in those little grooves as far as that track. We come in, our staff will come in with those blowers and try to get that clean. But it does take a toll, but it was not as bad as that, no, sir. None of our tracks have been there. Like I said, with all the time frame that we have, I guess, not done anything to Socorro High School, and then plus the addition of all the digging, movement, earth movement, it's just time. If you look at them, those cracks, those pictures really don't do any justice until you see it up close and personal.
The reason why I asked that, because I mean, I brought this back up since 2021, and I'm just kind of curious as to like, okay, we're 24, 3 years later, now it's finally being brought up. And so to me, I questioned the sense of urgency. I'm like, when I brought this up back in 2021,
yes, sir.
Why wasn't, I guess, and I'm not putting that on you, but you know, I brought it up to the attention, and now all of a sudden there's a sense of urgency.
Yes, sir.
But when I brought it up, to me, there was still a sense of urgency back then. So I mean, it's just, to me, I kind of ponder that.
And if I miss, Mr. Berta, respectfully, during that time, in 2021, I'm not sure exactly which phase was taking place, but there was still a lot of earth movement, and compaction was going to be taking place around the track area. So we would have done something that might have caused some cracks or additional, if a new track would have been done in, say, 21 or 22, and there were still some additional things taking place at Socorro High School, the construction of the building, it might have caused some damage that we didn't want to take a risk at. That was reason on my part.
Would the construction company have fixed it if they would have damaged it?
I couldn't answer that for you. Yes, sir.
You see, I question the sense of urgency.
Yes, we installed a
years
new
ago,
football
3
field
years
out there, right?
3 years ago, I brought it up, and it would have still been the same issue. And now we're here, and it's like, okay, well, the issue's still there, but the excuse or the rationale behind it was contracts, or the contractors being around it. So I mean, I guess help me understand that.
It's more now that the complete reconstruction of the school is done, and so I just felt, and really to do this, you have to do it at a certain time frame as far as temperatures. The heat can't be too high or too cold. It's got to be done kind of soon as far as the springtime, where the temperature range is a certain range, and so it's just in bad shape. And to have students at one point when the construction was going on, the prior track coach, we had worked with them. The students were going to Socorro Sanchez Middle School to do some of their practices.
Thank you. Motion to approve item 10F1 with the updated general fund balance. I'm sorry.
Actually, I have a motion on the table
Then
by...
I second. Let's go.
And I have the second as well.
Then I approve.
All right, motion made by Mr. Guerra,
I'm getting
seconded by Ms.
tired.
Gardea.
Again, I want to reiterate that, okay, the bond was, the budget was approved, but we also approved a deficit of $16 million, and that's why I can't support this right now, but the motion was made.
Motion made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Gardea. We've already had discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes.
And I'm just going to state for the reason no, just for the simple fact, I understand the construction was an issue, but if kids' safety was such an issue, why wasn't it done then? And that's my question. It should have been done then, even though there was going to be some issues, you know, potential contractors tearing it up. Well, then that's why we tell them, hey, if you're going to damage it, you're going to fix it.
Understand. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Carrasco.
Thank you.
Moving on to new business, item 11A, consider approval of resolution in support of a fair and transparent accountability system. Ms. McBain.
Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board. There is currently a court injunction prohibiting TEA from releasing the 2023 A through F accountability ratings. In TEA's appeal to the court, Commissioner Marath's message is that since only 10% of the districts joined the lawsuit, which amounts to 121 districts, that they are the only ones who oppose the 2023 accountability changes. So the TASA Executive Committee felt that there are many more school districts that support the purpose of the lawsuit that are just not participating in the lawsuit. So they have proposed a board resolution committing support to a fair and transparent accountability system. And it states, whereas the Socorro Independent School District Board of Trustees believes in a fairly and consistently applied accountability rating system from year to year, whereas the Socorro Independent School District Board of Trustees acknowledges that the rating system should provide transparency to parents and the public with simple, accessible, and understandable information, whereas the transparency objective is also furthered by requiring the commissioner to provide the measures, methods, and procedures to school districts that will be applied to school districts from year to year and without mid-year change, whereas year-to-year consistency allows timely notice to school districts and their campuses to plan school improvement efforts based on the measures, methods, and procedures adopted by the commissioner, whereas the Texas legislature requires the commissioner to provide the measures, methods, and procedures on a year-to-year basis and without mid-year change. Without annual consistency, school districts and campuses cannot effectively plan to achieve high performance ratings unless the commissioner complies with the legislature's mandate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Socorro Independent School District Board of Trustees joins in collective efforts with other Texas school boards to commit our support in pursuing action to ensure the rating system provides a fair, transparent, and effective system for assigning performance ratings to school districts based on consistent measures, methods, and procedures. Oppose the commissioner's retroactive and drastic mid-year change to the measures, methods, and procedures used for the 22-23 school year performance ratings. Stand in support of the rating system adhering to Texas state law as passed by the Texas legislature. Stand in support of efforts to reform the accountability rating system to one that uses multiple effective school measures for all grade levels and a more holistic approach to assign the ratings of a campus and the performance of each student in lieu of relying heavily on one standardized test. Administration recommends approval.
Motion to approve.
A second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion?
I want to say that we just need to go to more of a community-based accountability system. I'm completely in support of this. A through F does not say
Amen.
what our students do and what our teachers do for our families.
Yes, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBain. 11B, discussion and possible action to approve designation of certain non-business days under the Texas Public Information Act. Mr. Redlinger.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nájera, and members of the board. My name is Mr. Thomas Redlinger, Human Resources Director for Employee Relations. As per House Bill 3033, administration recommends consideration and approval that the district designate for the calendar year 2024 the following 10-day non-business Public Information Act days for consideration and responds to the Public Information Act requests for the following dates: November 25th, 26th, 27, and 29 of 2024, which is 4 days, and December 23rd, 24th, 26th, 27, December 30th, 31st of 2024, which is 6 days.
Motion to approve as presented.
I second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Discussion.
Yes. You're bringing it to the board February 21st, but here it says effective date January 1st. Why wasn't it brought into us before then?
It's every calendar year, it has to come to the board for the approval. So we're bringing it now for the 2024 school year, or for the calendar year. which will be inactive for November and December of '24. It's a calendar year, not school year.
Correct, I understand that, but the effective date is just different than when we're actually approving it.
Sorry, if I may, that date is a date that the legislature allowed us to make that designation. You need to do it during the calendar year, and the board has to approve the additional days because they're in addition to state listed and identified holidays. These are different than those. That effective date is not the effective date for us. We're going forward. That's the effective date when the law said you could pass this resolution.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
Motion
by
to
Ms.
approve? Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Yes.
All right. Motion by Ms. Gardea, seconded by
Second.
Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Mr. Redinger. All right, 11C, consider approval of request for additional funds from fund balance to cover additional cost of forensic audit.
Yes, sir. So we have had a total of approximately $420,000 of payments made out. So our latest bill was $46,952, and that exceeds the overall amount of $467,500 that was originally approved to pay for forensic audit services. So this month I am asking for an additional $150,000 to help pay for February, March, and possibly April. I believe that this will be wrapped up by the March or April meeting. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's scheduled for March. And so that I will receive at least a total of 3 bills that I need to pay, and they are averaging about $30,000 to $50,000. So I'm not saying that it's $150,000 total. I'm just saying that that's probably what I'm estimating that I can go with to make sure that those bills are paid correctly.
Ms. Bettis, according to the folks from Weaver, the bond funds and construction expenditures audit total cost was supposed to be $87,500. We received that report in January. And if I look at the expenditures and let's even look at board governance. So board governance was supposed to cost $62,500. Bond funds and construction expenditures was $87,500. So that is about $150,000. To the point that they issued the report, they spent $293,000. I'm disinclined, and we've only received one report. I'm disinclined to approve any of this until they show up here and explain what they're doing and how it is that they've accumulated so many hours. I mean, by this time, we should have received reports. We should be ready to close out according to what they're spending, and maybe they are, but I've not seen any other communication. I'm disappointed that they have not come here to explain, why we've accumulated so much in charges. So I'm disinclined to approving this until I see we were here to help me understand why.
Mr. Nahara, thank you for sharing that. I was not aware, so thank you.
Can we get a breakdown on the costs from Weaver?
Certainly.
Yes.
A motion not to approve until further notice, until we get the information that we need.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Macias, seconded. Can I have a more specific? Can I have a?
Phone?
Well, to return at the next regular board meeting and.
So we receive the information and then following.
Is
the
that?
next-
I mean, because it seems indefinite then.
Yes, it is the intent of Weaver
And
to
if it
have
comes back and it's still not there,
presentation
we'll
by
just
then.
keep doing it until
Yes,
they
sir.
do? Okay. So you update your motion, Ms.
Yes,
Macias?
motion to postpone to the next regular board meeting and receive the information as requested from the board.
Motion made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. All right, we'll continue now with executive session. The meeting is to be closed for discussion with legal counsel regarding status and possible resolution of TEA special investigations as listed on the agenda and other matters related thereto. for discussion regarding the potential sale of district-owned real property, to consider administrative recommendations for Assistant Director of Athletics, Assistant Principal positions at Waco Elementary School, Montwood High School, and Socorro Middle School under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. The date is Wednesday, February 21st, 2024, and the time is 9:22. We're back in session for a little while longer. The date is still February 21st, 2024. It's Wednesday. The time is 11:19, and we've confirmed a quorum. Continuing with our agenda, 13A, discussion and possible action regarding possible resolution of TEA special investigations. Blanco.
Thank you, Board President Nahara, members of the board. I gave you an update regarding the status of the special investigations that are listed. There's a number of them under item 13A. We're in discussions currently with TEA to try to reach resolution of some of these matters, and it's my understanding, based on our discussions in closed session, that the board is willing to entertain a motion to authorize me as legal counsel to confer with TEA regarding the terms that we discussed in closed session and to report that back to the board at the meeting on February the 29th.
Motion to approve as presented?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Macia, seconded by Mr. Barrera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Mr. Blanco. Continuing with discussion and possible action to approve the sale of district-owned real property. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you. I'm still here. So we discussed with Ms. Pettis' assistance the listing of the various parcels of property in closed session that the district may be in a position and may be interested in parting with and selling. There was a list that was provided to the board. There are 2 parcels that are going to be taken off of that list because the board is not interested in moving those at this time. Subject to that revision, the board has authorized the administration to move forward and check for 2 items. 1, secure a timely appraisal for the properties that the board discussed selling in closed session, and 2, engage the current broker CBRE to initiate the process for securing bids on the properties pending the appraisal.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Barrera, seconded by Mr. Castellano. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco. All right, moving on with administrative recommendations. Mr. Vasquez. Number 1, Assistant Director of Athletics.
President Nahara, members of the board, we will be pulling the agenda item for Assistant Director of Athletics.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Moving on then to the Assistant Principals. We'll start with Waco Elementary School.
President Nahara and members of the board, administration recommends Stephen Olivas to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Assistant Principal of Waco Elementary School.
Approve.
Yep.
Motion made by Ms. Macia, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
The item passes. Congratulations, Mr. Olivas. AP at Montwood High School, Mr. Vasquez.
President Nahara and members of the board, administration recommends Emmanuel Lothamer to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Assistant Principal of Montwood High School.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Macias. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstained.
Congratulations. AP at Socorro Middle School.
President Nahara and members of the board, administration recommends Nidia Moreno Holguin to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Assistant Principal of Socorro Middle School.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Item passes. Congratulations again. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Blanco, for the grievance.
Yes, thank you, Board President Nahara, members of the board. This morning, we received communication from the attorney for Mr. Ballard, Jim Darnell. Mr. Darnell indicated he had a conflict with the meeting tonight, thankfully for him. And he asked that this be reset to a later date and to accommodate that request because he was in federal court. I told him that I would recommend to the board that we do so. It's my recommendation that we reset this to a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco. All right. There being no further business before this board, we're adjourned. It is 11:24 on Wednesday, February 21st.